Good morning. Hello, everybody. Welcome to our Board of Supervisors meeting for October 17th, 2023. And I have asked the head of our Visit Tuolumne County organization, Lisa Mayo, to lead us in the pledge. Lisa, if you'll come forward. All right, wonderful. So we're going to move on to oral communications in just a minute, but I wanted to let you know that our board does appreciate communication with the public. Oral communications is a time where the public can discuss matters that are not on the agenda. If you want to know what's on the agenda, there are agenda packets in the back on the table there. The Brown Act does prohibit us from having dialogue, the board, with the public during this time. It is our time on the board here to sit back and listen to what you have to say. At every meeting, I encourage all to be courteous and respectful in this boardroom. The First Amendment allows members of the public to say what is on their minds. It also allows people to say what is not true. My expectation as board chair is that the public conduct themselves not only respectfully, but truthfully. As most of you know, I also add the inspiration of kindness every meeting. And to that end, I recite a quote from someone in history or current day who speaks about kindness. So let me grab my quote. Today's quote comes from Khalil Gibran. He's the author of The Prophet. He's known as a Lebanese-American author and poet. And here's what he had to say. Tenderness and kindness are not signs of weakness and despair, but manifestations of strength and resolution. And with that, I open up oral communications.
Linehan from the Aronis Research Club. Last time I was here before you, I was letting you know that we were having a coffee with a cop. That went on earlier this month. It went really well, very successful, well attended, good dialogue and conversation. We're definitely going to do it again next year. And I understand that the members of the yoga club that were there that day are still talking about it a couple weeks later. So very good. But I wanted to let you know that we're having a fundraiser at the end of this month. It's the Haunted Clubhouse. It's a traditional tea. It's for adults, but also children. In fact, children 12 and under can come for free with an adult. We'll have music, we'll have dancing, we'll have singing. Of course, we'll have scrumptious goodies and teas. And it is happening on October the 28th. That's the same day that the Trick or Treat Street is happening in downtown Sonora. But it blends perfectly because our event is from 1 till 3. Trick or Treat Street starts at 4:30, so easily families can come to both. Everyone's welcome to come. I've got information here on how to purchase a ticket. They do have prizes for the best costume, so we'd love to see all 5 of you there in your best outfits. And public is welcome to come. The proceeds benefit school programs and also to support the building fund for our historic clubhouse that was built in 1902, I believe, as the First Baptist Church. We took it on in 1936, I believe, is when we purchased it. We, of course, have been around for 108 years, and I feel like I've been there all 108 years of those. So please come and join us and support us, and I'll leave this flyer with you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Hi, my name is Sophia Kaufman, and I'm here as a citizen of Tuolumne County. And I'm here to comment on Supervisor Kirk's concern about LGBTQ+ rural group. I was born and raised in this county. I love this county, and I even left and came back because I love it so. As a child who was raised in this county, I was sexually victimized by a religious family who at the head of this family was a local pastor. And I have never let my traumatic experience at the hands of this family impact my overall view of the religious community based off of my factual experience. I support and respect the local religious community, even though I don't identify with them. It is very important that we do not make negative generalized assumptions that have no factual basis about our groups of groups of people who are our neighbors. As an adult within this community, I have become an active supporter and advocate for the LGBTQ+ rule group. I can personally vouch for the integrity of this group, as I have witnessed them firsthand at a number of events over the last year. I can confirm that that they have nothing but positive intention, and I can confidently say that the youth who identify as LGBTQ+ in this county and the heterosexual youth in this county are safe and supported by this group. I think it is important to shed light on the fact that the LGBTQ+ community is a marginalized group here in this county, and that the LGBTQ+ rural group is doing everything they can to give LGBTQ+ youth, seniors, and people of all ages a safe place to access resources and support as they proceed in a world that so actively rejects them. Supervisor Kirk, there is enough going up against the LGBTQ+ community that they do not need or deserve your negative rhetoric to impact their work. The fear associated with this group isn't based on fact, but in fact, opinion. My opinion is that all Tuolumne County residents should coexist peacefully and refrain from making each other's lives any harder than they need to be. We are all a small community, and we are stronger together. It is my hope that by sharing my truth with all today, that I implore you to think twice before you speak and support everyone in this community equally. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Last September 21st, heavy equipment rock crushing was done about 180 feet from my home again, even closer to some nice little low-income rentals. The noise was a torment again, and the vibration cracked my interior sheetrock again. This time, what they crushed was asphalt chunks with embedded asbestos containing serpentine rock. Where we on Rugged Trail Road breathe air if we want to be at home. Raw dirt cuts, 20-foot mountains of concrete and asphalt chunks with some rubbish, eye and noise-stinging fumes. When this dump is in activity, old house demo probably with lead paint, near total tree destruction, and filling of a seasonal creek bed are some of the things 18955 Industry Way has that badly lower our property values, as it has no buffer zone screening and starts 3 feet from my fence. I worry about eventual groundwater contamination. We're on wells. The stress is bad for myself and for some of my neighbors with medical problems. And over these last 3 years, I've grown to feel county officials don't care a bit about or represent their public, only special interests. Today, I'm asking you, the board, to do the right thing, the decent thing. Treat us on Rugged Trail Road and on Industry Way as human beings. Please make code compliance and your other responsible departments quit warping and stretching interpretation of county ordinances that were made to protect people, even unimportant low to moderate income people, from incompatible land uses. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Hi, my name is Ree Anderson. I'm Pat's neighbor. I live across the street. Our neighborhood of Rugged Trail Road and Industry Way, which runs parallel to Lambert Lake Estates, have an ongoing dispute with County Development Department, Public Works, and Code Compliance for allowing a construction waste landfill to be developed under false pretenses of a now revoked grading permit to install a driveway and a ministerial building permit recently issued to install a prefabricated home building pad despite an open violation existing on the parcel requiring a site development plan. There is no site development plan on this parcel. We have written several code violation complaints regarding the existing issues, but they have all been ignored. We've been denied our rights to voice our concerns via Board of Supervisors hearing about the code compliance violations going unenforced by code compliance. We're requesting the Board of Supervisors hold a hearing to investigate the dismissal of these code violations on the parcel at 18955 Industry Way, Sonora. The excessive development of this parcel has been going on since 2021. Our neighbors have enormous piles of waste, asphalt, and concrete in close proximity to their houses. As recently as September 21st, the developer was crushing asphalt with serpentine rock embedded in the asphalt chunks, positioned extremely close to 3 homes. Code compliance continues to ignore all the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code that is related to public health, safety, welfare, and property values. The property is 2.49 acres, and there is no site development plan, conditional use permit, or any other similar process, thus robbing everyone in the local vicinity of our rights to have a voice in what goes on in our residential neighborhood. The parcel itself is zoned business park, and it borders residential 1 to 3 acre parcels. The provisions of Zoning Ordinance Chapter 17 give guidance on how to manage such areas and have been completely ignored despite our code compliance and county council complaints. We have concerns this could possibly be going on in other areas of the county too. Investigation is important, not just for us, but for all the residents of Tuolumne County. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Huff and members of the board. I'm Lisa Mayo, President and CEO for Visit Tuolumne County. And I'm just here today to give you an update on the tourism marketing district that we are working on forming as for our contract. We have just under 3 years to form this district, and I will tell you, a lot of my time is now dedicated to making this happen. We are having our first workshop on November 1st. It's a Wednesday. It'll be at 1 o'clock at the Best Western. And this is a time for our lodging partners and anyone else who is interested, because this isn't necessarily just a lodging issue or project. But we want to invite people to come and learn what a TMD is, what that would mean for Visit Tuolumne County and for our tourism industry as a whole. It's really important, as I've mentioned many times, for our county to be involved in this process as well. We're really going to need your support in that. I'd like to thank Supervisor Goldenberg for RSVPing for this already. We have sent out several hundred postcards, and we had several hundred come back, and we kind of did some shifting in how we sent these out and trying to find actual mailing addresses. It's been quite a process, but so far so good on the second batch that went out, and we're hoping, again, just to get people to come out, learn about what this is, and learn how we can have a really wonderful, sustainable marketing program for Tuolumne County. I'll leave some of these in the back if that's all right.
Can you give the date and the time and the place again, please?
Sure. It's Wednesday, November 1st at 1 o'clock, and it will be at the Best Western at the Oak Glen Conference Room, and we will have a representative from Civitas, who is the organization that we are working with to help make this happen, and she'll be able to answer a lot of questions as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. More war, so much hatred on display for all of us to see. Thousands of years of human existence, and we can't seem to get it right. Raise your hand if you have ever felt feelings of hatred toward another person. It's hard to face the darkest parts of our human nature, isn't it? Hate, lust, greed, jealousy, envy, pride, and the desire to worship anything and everything, including ourselves, instead of worshiping the one who created us. Continually, we are tempted towards these things. These are the spiritual battles that we face daily. And when we see the results of our failures to win these spiritual battles in such graphic and horrific images like those we're seeing in Israel, we cry out, "Lord, Lord, why are you allowing this? Help us." And the Lord answers, "I have. I sent you my son, and he died for you so that you could be forgiven of your sin and have eternal life with me." And we say, "Lord, that's not what I meant. I wanted you to destroy my enemies and to put me in charge. Ask yourself this: aren't our perceived enemies also the creation of the Creator? If God sides with our prayers against our enemies, wouldn't he then have to forsake our enemies' prayers? But God gave us the way that works for all of his creation, not just us. Through the gift of his son Jesus, our individual sins can be forgiven. It's the only way that every single person on earth, regardless of who is on their friends or enemies list, can get a fair shot at salvation and eternity with God. We just have to accept him. The horror occurs when people turn so far from God that they open themselves up to all kinds of temptation towards sin, which could lead them to performing horrendous atrocities in order to fulfill their desires. But Jesus says, love the Lord your God and love your neighbor as yourself. If we all did that, nobody would commit atrocities. That's what heaven will be like. Have you decided yet? Everyone eventually needs to decide whether or not they want to be good or evil. Hopefully everyone here decides good. The next step is to really think about what that means. Who gets to define what good is for you? Do you get to decide? Do I get to decide? Does the president get to decide? Who is qualified? Hopefully, in pondering that question, you will find your way to God and accepting Jesus. Dear God, I am sorry for my sin. Thank you for providing a way out of it. Please help everyone find the way that you've already provided for them. In Jesus' name, amen. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Come on up. Good morning.
Good morning. So I would like to talk about alcohol again today. Oh, I brought show and tell. So as many people know, I'm protesting the license application for the 99-cent store. And most people aren't aware that the Dollar Tree out at the junction has an alcohol license. And I haven't seen them sell alcohol in quite a long time. But this weekend, they had two different kinds of wine. So this is a sangria from Harrodsburg, and the other one was a red from Argentina. So in the state of California, all alcohol-serving businesses must obtain a liquor license from the state as a condition of doing business. It doesn't matter if you're a local business, if you're a corporate business, or you're your own sovereign nation. You still have to have an alcohol selling permit. And under the California laws at the moment, we are under a moratorium for having an oversaturation of alcohol licenses in our county and in the city of Sonora. So therefore, if we want to sell more alcohol licenses, we are maxed out. So as the local governing body, you cannot issue liquor licenses. However, under the ABC rules, you should be a participant. And so if someone wants an alcohol license, they have to demonstrate in writing that there is a public necessity and convenience. So they have to demonstrate in writing the three following things. The issuance of a license would not tend to create a law enforcement problem and increase the level of criminal activity, and the issuance of a license will provide a needed service, and without this service, there will be an inconvenience to the community, and the issue of a license will have a positive impact on the local community, including the creation of new jobs. So I find it very disturbing that a county employee took it upon themselves without any input from the public that I'm aware of, and without even your input or approval that I'm aware of, to contact our state legislature and request that California pass a law allowing us to have more liquor licenses in this county. And we should be more prudent and look at what alcohol harm and the issuance of alcohol licenses may have on our community. Because we don't manage our alcohol here very responsibly in many ways. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Ravina Samra. Let's see here. I've worked locally in agriculture, education, and most recently the nonprofit sector, and have had the privilege of working with people in our community of all ages, kids, adults, agriculturalists, multi-generational community members, and new members. And with that, I have become more involved in the goings-on of our community. And like Supervisor Half said this morning, it's our job to have these conversations respectfully and to help communicate all aspects of our community so we can do our jobs and make sure that we're addressing everyone's needs. And I'm going to attempt to do that. Recently, a supervisor mentioned being weary of an entire group of individuals. I'd like to extend on that and say we should be wary of individuals in our local government fear-mongering our community based on their personal beliefs and biases. By being part of that marginalization and discrimination of an entire group of individuals, we are in fact endangering the very people we claim to protect. In this case, children. Children who are simultaneously being targeted by their school administration and terrorized by the ideals of a very vocal minority. By sharing your opinions as an ultimate truth, you are partaking in a dangerous act and a part of this ongoing tyranny. Supervisor Kirk, I urge you to set aside your prejudices and attempt to understand what your community needs, your entire community. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, last call for oral communications. We'll move on then to staff reports. Do we have any county staff here who would like to tell the board and the public what they're up to? Good morning.
Good morning, Board. Dory Beats, your Office of Emergency Services Assistant Director. I wanted to just update both the board and the public on our work to update the Tuolumne County Multi-Jurisdictional Hazard Mitigation Plan. As you know, this particular plan needs to be done every 5 years, so we're in the process of updating the 2019 FEMA approved so that it will come to your board this next spring, but we are working with all of our stakeholders and the public, and we have a flyer that I have circulated to the board members as well as left with the public. This is also being circulated on social media, but we want to make sure that the public is aware of a few opportunities for them to engage as we update this hazard mitigation plan for Tuolumne County. We will have 2 virtual meetings, one October 26th, that is via Zoom, and then also November 16th, also via Zoom. Those are 5:30 to 6:30 in the early evening. And then we will hold one in-person meeting for the public here in the board chambers on December 14th, 3 to 5 p.m., and that will be an opportunity as well for the public to engage. We will walk through the different components of the hazard mitigation plan and also take input from the public. Also on the flyer is a survey for individuals also to update. So if we could get both the board and the public to help circulate this, this would be greatly appreciated because we want to make sure that the public is engaged in the update as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Andy Murphy. I'm your Assistant Fire Chief. A couple of things to go over this morning. First of all, a recap of last month's events. We had 819 incidents in the county fire jurisdiction. 582 of those were medical, 109 fire calls, and 128 other incidents. And our prevention division had, I think, a record month. They conducted 152 inspections and 34 plan reviews. Things are staying busy over there. Year to date, we've had 4,930 incidents, which is a 34% increase over 10 years ago. So we see, again, even as a population isn't growing substantially, the call volume is. Thanks to funding set aside 2 years ago by the Board of Supervisors, The 2 new 3,000-gallon water tenders that we ordered 2 years or a year and a half ago arrived this month. They are a type 1 water tender, and they'll replace 2 water tenders that are 33 years old. So we now have a fleet of 5 frontline engines, water tenders, and 1 reserve. We're proud of Jeff Santos, who last month promoted to senior fire inspector. Prior to board action for this year's budget of consolidating or streamlining the ranks of fire inspectors, we could only have 1 senior. So Jeff has nearly 4 years with the department and 34 years of experience in the fire service, many of them as a fire captain in Stanislaus County. He has a bachelor's degree, is a state-certified fire marshal, fire prevention officer, plans examiner, fire inspector, is post-certified, and has just about every other possible certificate. He's actually in training this week. We want to congratulate Jeff. Thank you.
So, Chief, will you bring Andy in when he is, not Andy.
Jeff.
Jeff, will you bring Jeff in when he is not training to introduce him to us?
Yeah,
Okay,
for sure.
all right, thank you. Good morning.
Board. My name is Michael Roberson, Tuolumne County Homeless Services Coordinator, and I'm here today to report to your board and to the public about some progress at the Navigation Center. Oak Terrace Navigation Center is set to have a soft opening sometime later this fall. We are finishing up some construction projects. We've had several more volunteer days there, and that has been such a great opportunity to connect with people in our community who really want to support people from homelessness to permanent housing. And as a result of that, an idea came from the members of the public that were volunteering in these days to have an opportunity to sponsor a room where an individual or an organization could sign up to provide some of the personal necessities for program participants. So I'm here today to announce that and to ask that you spread the word. And there's a flyer in the back, or you can go to Tuolumne County Homeless Services virtual bulletin board, and there's a link there to sign up. And then when the need comes up and a program participant moves in, we'll reach out and say, here's who this person is and here are the kinds of things that they need. If you could sponsor them and support them and even seek a way to build a personal relationship with them or offer that as they move through this process of trying to become more stable and better wellness in their life. So thanks for your time.
Thank you. Any other staff reports? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to the consent calendar. And Heather, when you're ready, if you'd please read those items.
Item number 1, approving the minutes of the October 03, 2023, October 05, 2023, and October 10, 2023 meetings. Item number 2, approving a contract with Alley Tree and Landscape, Inc. to provide roadside brushing in the amount of $179,700 from previously budgeted and approved grant funds, and authorizing the county administrative officer to sign all related documents included in fiscal year 2023-24 budget. Item number 3, accepting the annual report of accounting activities relative to the traffic impact mitigation fee activity report for the fiscal year 2022 to 2023. Item number 4, accepting the annual report of accounting activities relative to the tribal road mitigation funds for fiscal year 2022 through 2023. Accepting the annual report of accounting activities relative to the county's other traffic mitigation funds for fiscal year 2022 through 2023. Item number 6, adopting resolution 96-23 for authorizing signature delegation to the county administrative officer for the California Office of Emergency Services Child Advocacy Centers, KC, program request for proposal and all related documents. Item number 7, approving an agreement in the amount of $116,000 from November 1, 2023 through September 30, 2024 between the Disability Resource Agency for Independent Living, DRAIL, and the Department of Social Services for the implementation of the Access to Technology Program for seniors and persons with disabilities, and authorizing the county administrator to sign all related documents. included in the fiscal year 2023-2024 budget. Item number 8, approving the updated Health and Human Services Agency Director class specification. Item number 9, accepting the notice of completion for the Big Oak Flat Transfer Station project and authorizing the chair to sign the notice. Item number 10, approving the new grant-funded Public Defender Client Support Specialist class specification, position allocation, pay range, and bargaining unit assignment. Item number 11, approving filing of the notice of completion for the Groveland and Tuolumne Community Resilience Center projects and authorizing the county administrator to sign. Item number 12, approving the agreement for residential services between Tuolumne County Behavioral Health and Annberry Nursing and Rehabilitation in an amount not to exceed $150,000 per fiscal year beginning July 1, 2023 through June 30, 2026, and authorize the county administrator to sign all related documents included in the fiscal year 2023-2024 budget. Item number 13, approving the agreement for residential services between Tuolumne County Behavioral Health and Horizon Health and Subacute Center in an amount not to exceed $150,000 per fiscal year beginning July 1, 2023 through June 30, 2026, and authorize the county administrator to sign all related documents included in the fiscal year 2023-2024 budget. Item 14, approving an agreement between Tuolumne County and Barth Roofing Company for the Navigation Center roofing project not to exceed $190,661, effective October 17, 2023 through April 16, 2024, and authorize the county administrator to sign the agreement and all future related documents.
That's a mouthful. All right, I'll ask the board first if there is an item that you wish to pull. All right, I'll ask the public that's here today if there are any comments on any of these items that you'd like to express. So please come forward if you do.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Honorable board, members of our wonderful board. I have provided you with an amended version of item 10. It's got minor changes to it for the public defender's specialist, the support specialist. It originally had information that indicated it was only for the care court support, and it is also going to support CCP programs as well, and information. No,
Wonderful, thank you.
you're welcome.
Any other comments from the public? All right, I'll bring it back to the board for your comments on any item that you'd like to discuss. Anybody? All right, so then I would like to ask for an approval of the items that are on the consent calendar with the item number 10 as corrected. And I assume our clerk of the board has a copy of those corrections as well. Okay. So I'd entertain a motion on that.
I'll second.
Okay, so it was moved by Supervisor Goldenberg and seconded by Supervisor Brandon. With those corrections, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Any abstention? Okay, that carries 5-0. Thank you. Let's see. What do we have? Proclamations and commendations.
Consideration of adopting Resolution 97-23, proclaiming October 16. Sorry about that. October 16 through 20, 2023, National School Bus Safety Week in Tuolumne County.
All right, and who do we have to present for that item? Come on forward. Good morning.
Thank you for having us today. We would just like to ask if we could proclamate this week for the oncoming years. Back in 1975, the People of Transportation was founded along with Transportation Association and the Directors of People Transportation. They established this week. It's the third week usually in October, to bring safety awareness to the motorists for children of our communities. And we would like to make this become something every year. I've been a bus driver for 20 years, and we have not really seen a whole lot of movement. And this is the time we would like to say that we're going to collaborate today with all of our schools, starting with Sonora High and ourselves at Somerville Union High School. We're pulling all of us together so that we can bring this awareness, along with CHP and everyone else, to bring this forth.
Good morning. My name's Christy Hammerbeck. I'm the Director of Transportation at Sonora High School. Angela did not introduce herself. This is Angela Howard. She's the Transportation Specialist at Somerville High School, and I think we all know Officer Steve Machado with the CHP. Thank you for having us here today and considering this proclamation to keep all of our children in the county safe. I have some school bus facts here. School buses are the safest vehicles on the road. This is due in part to the design of the vehicle and the extensive training that school bus personnel have to go through. Most of the children who are killed or injured in school bus-related accidents were students who were on their way to and from the bus rather than riding on the bus. The area 10 feet around school buses is the most dangerous, which is why it's important that people stop for our red lights and allow the necessary space for children to enter and exit the bus safely. School bus drivers must complete a minimum of 40 hours of class instruction and behind-the-wheel training, pass both DMV, CHP written test, and behind-the-wheel test to become a school bus driver. All bus drivers must be certified in CPR first aid. Drivers must complete 10 hours annually of in-service training, as well as recertify every 5 years. Drivers must pass a medical physical and fit for duty test. Bus drivers must complete daily vehicle inspections and maintain accurate and up-to-date daily inspection logs, which are audited by the CHP annually. School buses are also subjected to annual inspections by the CHP. All school buses are School bus drivers are the first and last teachers of the day that students see. They listen to the children's problems, offer advice, and are there to confide in when the students need them. They are more than drivers. They are trusted individuals who are there to support the students through the good times and the bad.
Good morning.
Good morning.
As mentioned, I'm Officer Machado with the CHP. I've been involved with the school bus coordinating for our office since 2019. So I assure that the drivers, when they come through us, that they are trained properly and that they can pass the test that we have. It's a pre-trip. Well, there's several steps. There's a written, and then there's a pre-trip, which they go around the bus and they make sure the bus is functioning correctly, mechanically. And they also do a drive test. And on the drive test, I see how they would perform railroad tracks, and they just make sure that they do the test properly and that they meet the required standards. One of those standards is we do a crossover or an escort. That's where the bus stops, the red stop arm comes out, the red lights activate, excuse me, and they have to properly make sure that the children can get across while they sit outside the bus with the stop sign, making sure traffic stops. On one of my tests recently, within the last month, an exact date, I was on that test, and a local resident ran the stop sign with me out there. I wasn't in a place that I can take any type of action on it, but it proves that there needs to be an awareness. I saw it firsthand, not to mention anytime someone runs the bus, the drivers are asked to get the make, model, the vehicle, color, and a license plate if possible, and we send a letter to them, a discourteous driver letter. I get those letters daily, weekly, so there is a big awareness to it, and I think the safety with the children on board is everyone's first and foremost it's gonna be the most important. And so with this week, it gives us a better idea of how we can address the public. It's still soon enough in the school year where, the school's established a little bit, but then the buses are running around and people know how to react around them. Social media posts, we can potentially have officers follow the bus around and make sure people are doing what they're supposed to be doing in the public. But as we know, anytime there's a black and white vehicle around, everyone does it correctly until we're not there. But I would support it. I think it's a good idea. We haven't had anything like this. We generally do something in the beginning of the school year just to remind the public that there are going to be students on the streets and buses running around since the summer. It's not something that we normally see. But again, I appreciate your consideration, and hopefully it works.
All right, thank you for the presentation. Board questions? Supervisor Brandon.
I did have one quick question out of there. Yeah, no worries, and thank you for bringing this forward too. I wanted to ask specifically, you mentioned about people running around the bus, and I think it's great bringing a resolution. That brought up a question that I wanted to ask about installing any type of cameras that are able to catch that, since they know when the stop signs kind of go out, to be able to do that when you can't be there.
Sure. So there are some buses in our districts that are outfitted with the camera. The camera works really well to get us license plates in vehicles and such. However, because it's an infraction, it's not something that we can enforce. It has to be in our presence. So we generally will get that information and send them a letter. As bad as that sounds, I'd hate for the day where a child gets hurt, injured, or got killed, and all we can, at that point, we can go forward with it, but to have them do it, it's an infraction. We keep tally on what vehicles are that are doing it, if that makes sense, and then if we find a pattern, then we can have an idea where we can start putting some enforcement at that school bus stop. So to answer your question, yes, there are buses that do have it. Whether it can be an enforcement tool, I don't feel it can be, sir. As far as having a bus with a camera on it, we can't enforce it if they run it, correct? I'm sorry, that's Sergeant Matty Shock, he's our supervisor.
Come on up. So this is being televised. It goes on Access to Tuolumne. So we want to all, including the people in TV land, want to have the benefit of what you say.
I got him in trouble now.
Yeah. I want to properly answer that.
Thank you.
With cameras, it's very similar to speeding cameras that some of the cities are implementing now. You can issue the citation for it. The only problem is properly identifying the driver. Because if someone's driving your car, we issue the citation to the car. It's not necessarily you as the one committing the violation. So unless we can have clear access on who the driver is, confirm the identity, and issue the citation, that's where the problem comes. And that's very difficult to do based on, cameras. And if I see you, how do I confirm it's you, or who the driver is? So that's the real issue with the cameras.
You almost need two cameras, it sounds like, for the front and the back, approaching and leaving.
Yeah, and it's all going to still come down to being able to positively identify the driver.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Because like I said, the car, many people can drive the car. So just because it's your car doesn't necessarily mean that you committed the violation. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Thank you so much.
You bet.
Any other questions? Supervisor Goldenberg.
I had one quick. It's been a long time since I've seen the inside of a school bus, but the question, seatbelts. Are seatbelts in the school buses nowadays?
Yes.
Okay.
So if a school bus is retrofitted with the seatbelts, then the seatbelts are applied, or the law with the seatbelts are used. If the bus is not fitted with the seatbelts, then the seatbelts aren't needed.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Some of our buses in our district have seatbelts and some of them don't. So if the bus has the seatbelts, the students are required to wear them. If the bus doesn't have it, then obviously there wouldn't be seatbelt requirements on it.
So there's no law to enforce to make them retrofit?
That would be, I don't know of one. I wouldn't be able to answer that and confidently to let you know.
Okay, thank you.
But the new buses are being equipped with them, but there is no law to retrofit.
Okay.
If you don't have the old ones.
Right.
The old way, so to speak.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions from the board, I'm going to ask the public if they have questions or comments for you. If so, please come forward. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Mike Merrill, Superintendent of Somerville Union High School District, and I just want to thank these ladies for all of their leadership and their support for making sure, as they mentioned earlier, first and last teachers of every school day. They are more than just bus drivers. They are moms, dads, they are everything to our kids. So thank you very much for allowing us to be here today. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
I also want to thank them for coming forward. There were times when Chet White and I talked about, oh, we should do something, but the beginning of the school year always would get so hectic. So Sonora High just last night had to surplus one of their buses because one of our a-holes decided to take it out of commission. And we are driving like a-holes. So I would really like to see a sting because I've watched people do horrendous things around school buses with the red lights and the stop signs flashing. And people need to be held accountable for their bad behavior. And I did go around to several of the school districts, thank you Supervisor Goldenberg, to ask them about cameras and seatbelts. So apparently, I guess it's too expensive and they don't have the budget to go back and refit old buses. But if you get a new bus, it has to have seatbelts. And then there was some discussion on whether they have cameras inside the bus or outside the bus. So I got all kinds of answers. But I was always very impressed when Chet White was head of the bus service at Sonora High because they did all the special ed plus Sonora High. And he would get up like at 2 o'clock in the morning and drive all the roads that the buses had to go on in bad weather to make sure that the buses could make it through. And that was dedication, and I thought he was stupid, but what an admirable thing to do, and I miss him, although I like you too. But, you know, and then there was a Sonora High bus driver that there was something that happened on a train track, and I remember giving her a commendation at a meeting, but I don't remember all the circumstances. But I'm really glad to see them doing something, and I'm hoping we can do a little bit more visible things in the community so that people are aware how to behave around a school bus.
Thank you.
I would also just like to thank them real quick, and especially the drivers. I just would like to point out, in addition to them having to be trained to be excellent drivers and dealing with all the other roadway users and such, they also have to deal with some significant behavioral and disciplinary issues while they are driving and trying to, you know, keep the kids safe from traffic situations. And that can be difficult while you're driving. Anyone who has kids and had them in the back seat and you have to turn around and distract yourself. And so it's extremely difficult to be in that situation. And especially from my perspective, having a disabled son who's now 21, he's been driving on a special ed bus for all these years, and he's prone to massive meltdowns. And I will have to say that in all those years, there has never once been a problem where his driver has not been able to address those issues. And so I must think, what kind of training are they going through for that? Because it must be something. They must also be being trained in how to deal with disciplinary issues or with special needs, you know, riders on their bus. And I think that's really cool. And the fact that we've made it all these years and never had a major issue on his bus is very commendable. So I'd like to say thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right, I'll bring it back to the board for final comments. Supervisor Goldenberg.
I just wanted to express that, you know, I really appreciate all the safety standards that are put, you know, for the equipment and for the drivers, of course. I'll relate a brief story. Quite a number of years ago, my son and I was a chaperone on the bus. We're going to Monterey Bay Aquarium. And so as we're going down through the valley, it was quite foggy. And we came to a railroad crossing, and the driver stopped, paused for a long time with the door open, really pausing, listening. Just as shutting the door and getting ready to take off, and an Amtrak came by at I don't know what speed, but the bus driver, you know, did everything right, heard that train coming, and stopped immediately. So, yeah.
Thank you. Supervisor Kirk.
Well, I think for me, first of all, it's great to hear the stats as far as how safe school buses are. That I don't have kids who ride the bus, but if they did, that makes me feel a lot better. But I think as we're talking about doing a resolution, and what I'm putting together is between CHP and the staff that are here and the school bus drivers, is I didn't realize how many violations are taking place if they're getting weekly citations or weekly FYIs about people running around buses. That to me is completely unacceptable. If it happened in front of me and my kid was on a bus or getting off a bus, I'll probably flip a lid and chase that person down. So if we can get the word out there, if this is happening on a weekly basis, it's completely unacceptable. And if doing this resolution and bringing this before the board, and if we can do it, you know, especially before school starts maybe next year, I think it's just important to get it in the public's face. Stop when there's a school bus. It's that simple, because we haven't had an incident yet, but one incident would be way more than not acceptable in my opinion. So thank you guys for bringing this before us. You guys get up early, you go to bed late versus all the other teachers. I don't know what you do in between, but I appreciate you guys and what you do. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. I agree with everything my colleague said. I just want to say thank you for taking this on. This is above and beyond, absolutely. Fun fact about me, my aunt is actually a school bus driver for special ed, so that hits home. She's done that for many, many years down in the Tehachapi area, and that is an extreme challenge with that. I was not a very cool kid. I always sat up in the front of the bus. I talked to the bus driver. I had a couple of them that were kind of a friend and a mentor at a time. They weren't just driving me around, they talked to me. And that was really important. So as somebody who that kind of, I don't know, it touched my heart as a kid. Just want to say thank you and for bringing this up. And I agree, I think, with the comments that in addition to what we can do for education to ensure this doesn't happen, I think it would be good to also know that there's the enforcement side of it, right? People always say, oh, I want a sign on this road. And I'm like, well, unfortunately, I think a lot of times people don't pay attention to signs. They do pay attention to risk or how they feel about that. And being able to show that this is enforced, even if it only catches a 0.5% of them in 1 year, I think would let folks know to think twice about that. There are consequences and hopefully protect their kids. And that's incredibly important. So thanks for all the time you're putting into this. It's great to see both of you here too as well, and united. So
Thank you. I really appreciate the presentation that you all made today. Little known fact, I was a bus driver for Sonora High School. Steve Kelly was my trainer. Yeah, and so I know firsthand the role that the bus driver plays and the training, at least in the 80s, it was a long time ago, that they went through. It sounds like it's pretty similar today. And so from that space, I truly appreciate what you do and bringing this forward to us today. And let's see, was there something else? Yes. I have witnessed numerous times being behind a school bus with the stop sign out, with the lights flashing, and somebody comes even sometimes from behind me and passes it over yellow lines too. So I'm hoping that we can do whatever it takes to raise awareness, including, if you've maybe already thought about it, some JPEGs or GIFs that you put out in social media. What you have here in the resolution doesn't really lend itself well, but pictures showing these kinds of infractions, raising the awareness of the driving public would be really awesome. And I would help support that. If you want to send it to me or to any of our board members to post on their social media, we'd be happy to accommodate you. And with that, I'll call for a motion. Anybody?
Sure. I'm sorry. I will move to adopt Resolution 97-23, proclaiming October 16th through 20th, 2023, as National School Bus Safety Week in Tuolumne County.
I'll second.
Okay, it was moved by Supervisor Goldenberg and seconded by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Carries 5-0. Thank you so much. And we're going to take a 10-minute break and then start up with our 10 o'clock appointment when we come back. So we'll see you at 10:05. Well, we've got 3 members here, so I think we're going to get started. Heather, if you'll please read our 10 o'clock appointment.
10 a.m. annual update presentation from Tuolumne County Behavioral Health Advisory Board.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name's Mary Ann Schmidt. I'm Chair of the Behavior Health Advisory Board for the last 15 months. And to my right is the Director of the Behavior Health Department, Tammy Mariskow. Today, I hope that you were able to read the packet that we sent to you. It was kind of a big packet. The PowerPoint will be much shorter, but please use your packet if you have any kind of questions or remarks at the end. Okay, let's begin. Why do we do what we do? The Welfare and Institution Code, known as WIC, of the state of California provides the authority for the 59 behavioral health advisory boards in California. We have over 6 duties. Duty 1 is to review and evaluate the community's public mental health needs, services, facilities, and special problems in any facility within the county or jurisdiction where mental health evaluations or services are being provided, including but not limited to schools, emergency departments, and psychiatric facilities. Duty 2, review any county agreements entered into pursuant to Section 5650. The local mental health board may make recommendations to the governing body, which is you, regarding concerns identified with these agreements. Duty 3, advise the governing body and the local mental health director as to any aspect of the local mental health program. Local mental health boards may request assistance from the local patient rights advocates when reviewing and advising on mental health evaluations or services provided in public facilities with limited access. Duty 4, review and approve the procedures used to ensure citizen and professional involvement at all stages of the planning process. Involvement shall include individuals with lived experience of mental illness and their families, community members, advocacy organizations, and mental health professionals. It should also include other professionals that interact with individuals living with mental illnesses on a daily basis, such as education, emergency services, employment, healthcare, housing, law enforcement, local business owners, social services, seniors, transportation, and veterans. Our 5th duty is to submit an annual report to the governing body on the needs and performance of the county mental health system, and that's what we're doing today. Duty 6, review and make recommendations on applicants for the appointment of a local director of mental health services. The board shall be included in the selection process prior to the vote of the governing body. Duty 7, review and comment on the county's performance outcome data and communicate its findings to the California Behavior Health Planning Council. And Duty 8. This part does not limit the ability of the governing body to transfer additional duties or authority to a mental health board. The requirements, the Board of Supervisors may pay from any available funds the actual and necessary expenses of the members of the Mental Health Board. Also, governing bodies are encouraged to provide a budget for the local mental health board using planning and administrative revenues identified in subdivision C of Section 5892. That is sufficient to facilitate the purpose, duties, and responsibility of the local mental health board. Also, the local mental health board shall develop bylaws to be approved by the governing body, which shall do all the following. We are to establish the specific number of members on the mental health board consistent with subdivision A of Section 5604. We are to ensure that the composition of the mental health board represents and reflects the diversity and demographics of the county to the extent feasible. We are to establish that a quorum be one person more than 1/2 of the appointed members. We are to establish that the chairperson of the mental health board be in consultation with the local mental health director, which Tammy and I do every month on a regular basis. Establish that there may be an executive committee of a mental health board. Our board, the Tuolumne County Behavioral Health Advisory Board, serves as an advisory board to the Board of Supervisors and the Behavioral Health Director. Mandated by the California state law, the Welfare and Institution Code, the board can consist up to 15 seats. As of June 20th, 2023, 9 seats are currently filled. The state mandates representation on the advisory board of 20% of consumers, those who use mental health services, 20% of family members of consumers, and 60% of community members and leaders. 2 board members currently are consumers of mental health services, which gives us 22%, and 2 board members are family members of consumers of mental health services, another 22%. 5 board members are public members and community leaders, which give us 55%. The highlights this year were many for our board. We developed a public speaker series, so we have 3 speakers every year who come and speak for an hour, up to an hour, at one of our meetings for the public to be involved in. We've updated the webpage, and we'd like you to please go visit with the link that's provided here to see how our county support staff has really worked with the board on improving and developing the webpage. We decided that board members would be assigned to community meetings throughout the county to help us understand mental health in our county, which I think has been a great asset to information for our board to understand what is happening in our county. We also have developed a site visit plan, and we have done, site visits had not been done for quite a few years, and we developed a plan, and we have completed 3 site visits this year. And there's a report in the next slide about the first site visit. We've also had training for advisory board members, and we continue to we will build this out further to train the board members. It's really important. Things are changing all the time, and we have rotating board members, so new board members always need to be trained. So we're working on a better plan for this next year. And then we built a self-evaluation process so that we can evaluate ourselves and continue to be better at this for the next year. So we wanted to share just one visit with you. This visitation was with the behavioral health clinic that is actually in the behavioral health department building over off of Hospital Road. So 3 of our board members went, and we had developed a template to evaluate these facilities. So the strengths that we identified were as a wide variety of services are provided given the number of staff vacancies. The clinic is clean, uncluttered, and welcoming. The department is proud of every member of its team. This is highlighted by including photos of every staff member on the wall of the large conference room. When mobile crisis services were added, despite space limitations, the department managed to provide workstations for these additional staff. The department does an excellent job of compiling data and statistics and reporting the same to the state based upon reports provided to the site review team. Tuolumne County Behavioral Health performs as well as, if not better, than other small counties and the state as well. The department manages many contracts and contractors. The site review team echoes the words of the department's director. This is a huge lift for them. It is an amazing task to keep track of all the data and all of these contracts for this department. It's just amazing. And I can't imagine the organization that has to take place in order for this to happen. Safety is emphasized in the department. The evacuation routes are clearly marked. Confidentiality is working with clients. Confidentiality and working with clients is a strength. White noise units are utilized outside of closed doors when a client is present. Limitations on this particular site. The physical layout of the department. Varying surfaces are arranged in the building in independent, separate areas. The site review team describes the building as a labyrinth, often with one area not leading to another. The team expressed concern for the client's experience with the physical setting. I do suggest all of you take a tour to understand what this department is dealing with. Staffing needs. There are staff vacancies in adult services, children's services, crisis, full-service partnerships, and substance use services. There's a vacancy in medication services, a clinic RN, and with additional vacancies noted in the Mental Health Services Act unit and quality improvement. Recruitment is very much a concern. Space needs. With all the services currently provided, there is no room for expansion for any future, new, or enhanced service delivery. The Mental Health Services Act administration site is in a shared building with Social Services Program, which limits access for the Mental Health Services Act staff to access the only elevator to the main behavioral health building. Should all vacant positions be filled, there will be a need for more space to accommodate the staff. Some staff need private space for confidentiality purposes to provide services. Challenges to business processes. The site review team noted challenges to departmental business processes. The bifurcation is noted because of co-location with several other county services. The Veteran Services Office is co-located with Behavioral Health, as well as a Social Services unit. This raised concerns about confidentiality in the delivery of services. Strengths, okay, so that's the report on that clinic. We also visited the Enrichment Center and Lambert Center and have written reports on those also. For the board, we had areas of challenges this year. The membership of the Behavioral Health Advisory Board, we lost a few and we gained back a couple. We are always looking and recruiting for new board members. We have 15 slots on our on the board, and it would be nice to have 15 voices. And the reason is that we need the diversity on the board, and we also need to hear the voices of the community. And this is one way that we can hear voices from the community. So I would really like to stay at the 15 and keep recruiting. The approval of bylaws, that has been something that we have been working on with the department and with county council. And we will be having another meeting on November 6th. And then budget resources. We are not a line item on the budget, the general budget. I don't know if that's where it would be. It would be nice, I guess, to know if we had funds for a retreat or funds for if we wanted to be part of an event, and funds for training. The training that we have received so far has been coming out of the department's money, so I guess that's okay, but it would be nice if we knew the amount that we could spend on training for our board members. That would be great. And that's something that we can talk about in the future. What to watch for in 2023, 2024. We hope to facilitate small group discussions to receive consumer family member input. This is one thing that we are kind of asked to do, is to figure out how to evaluate and review mental health issues in our county. And this might be in partnership with other groups that are already doing similar things. So we want to actually put this on the calendar for ourselves. We want to be present at public events by setting up an information table about the Behavioral Health Advisory Board and the Behavioral Health Department. We want to develop a contract review plan for the behavior health contracts. We actually have never done this yet, and yet it's one of our mandated duties, and we're getting there. We've been having talks about how to do this, and we had some training at our little retreat we had last Saturday, or 2 Saturdays ago. We want to continue to advocate for a youth voice on our board. We want to recruit a board member from the veterans population, and we want to plan a yearly calendar of training for the Behavioral Health Advisory Board, and develop a better plan for publicizing the public speaker series. We've had 3 great speakers this year, but very little public attendance. So we're trying to figure out how we can manage to get more public involved. Areas of, let's see, data reviewed. In your packet, we gave you the data that we have reviewed, which usually comes from the data notebook that we are required to review with the Behavioral Health Department staff. So we reviewed residential care, programs and services for people that are unsheltered in the county, child welfare services regarding foster children, impact of COVID on mental health services for adults and children in the system, as well as behavioral health staff. That was, all of that is in your packet. And then performance needs and concerns. So performance, in your packet you'll have more detailed information, but the department worked hard on their California Advancing and Evolving Medi-Cal program called CalAIM. They also developed the electronic health records called Credible, and billing system called Credible. They received several grants, and the Mental Health Services Act Innovation Plan was approved this year. The Care Court pilot program began in October. Behavioral Health Department bridge housing funds are pending, so they've applied for these funds. And substance use disorder Medi-Cal provider application has been that's been approved. It's been submitted. And then hours of direct care. And then, of course, the big one is what are the needs for the department? And staffing is probably the biggest need. The department continues to experience staffing capacities throughout the year. At this year's end, the Behavioral Health Department has a total of full-time employees count of 65. The Behavioral Health Department continues to operate at a 46% vacancy rate for approved clinician classifications, and there is still an overall vacancy rate of 26% for all approved behavioral health positions. Using MHSA workforce and education funding, the department will once again be issuing a retention award of $1,000 for full-time employees and $450 for the part-time employees to all non-exempt staff who choose to participate. The big concern, of course, is the modernization of the Mental Health Services Act, which you've had a report on that a couple times. And the concern is how much money will we end up having to spend on the different entities inside the Behavioral Health Department. And then last, recognition of service. The Behavioral Health Advisory Board recognizes the service of the staff members of the Behavioral Health Department. To the staff that presents at board meetings providing vital information on issues, concerns, and mandates from the state of California. To the staff that works many hours that may not be on the schedule to serve the clients of our community. To the leadership team of the department that is continually training staff and the Behavioral Health Board and guiding them through the very complex system of mental health care. And to the support staff that manages the groundwork for the board to have meetings on time, a place to have a meeting, a microphone to speak into, and all the support materials to have productive meetings. We thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. Board members, does anybody have a question or two? Supervisor Goldenberg?
Yeah, regarding the number of seats and current vacancies, authorized 15, current, I believe you said was 9 that are filled. What plan, I heard you say recruiting perhaps one from the veterans community. Do you have other thoughts on how you're going to fill the 6
Yes,
open
we'd like,
seats?
in some of the, one of the mandates, it was talking about something from law enforcement, also from education. And we already have somebody from the hospital. And then also of substance use disorder. Those were like the 4 big main areas that we would like to actually still focus on this year.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I'm glad to hear that you've got some specifics that
Yes.
you're looking at here. Have you had, excuse me, sorry. Have you had any meetings either canceled due to lack of quorum, or I've been in the unfortunate position where we've had meetings that were going and somebody had to leave and you lose a quorum?
The only time we lost quorum was the January meeting, right? Yeah.
Okay. And the last question that I had was near the end of your presentation, you had a slide regarding MHSA funding with a retention, I think was 1,000 for a full-time employee and 450. Is that a one-time payment or?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Supervisor Brandon, no? Supervisor Kirk, do you have questions?
I just wanted to clarify something. I know you're doing a presentation on the, obviously the slideshow, but on the packet, and it's not a big deal. I'm just trying to understand the true vacancy rate. It talked about on page 23 in this packet, there are currently 12 direct services staff vacancies and 7 vacancies in MHSA. There's only 1 psychiatrist. So I guess when you total all that up, we're saying there's a 46% vacancy rate in clinicians and 26 in behavioral health total. I was just trying to get the true number. Okay.
And please do note that numbers are only up to June 30th, the end of the fiscal year.
Okay. And then another thing that kind of caught my attention when I was looking at the pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic impacts for telehealth, since we have so many vacant positions, is telehealth, are you able to offset some of the services by pushing more people towards telehealth? Like, is that how we're balancing services out? Because I also saw in here, identified strengths that even though you guys are struggling with this, you're still getting a lot of work done. So I guess my question is a lot of the services going to telehealth to kind of spread the workload?
The telehealth specific to the medication services really has been our model of care for medication, delivery of medication services as far back as 2010. That's really due to a lack of physicians within the area seeking full-time employment. So Dr. Alan Peters is our on-premise physician with limited hours is what they're speaking about. He's with us every Friday. So 4 days a month, and with the remainder of all psychiatric services coming through telepsychiatry. The COVID question was really specific to the data notebook, where our legislators were looking for information from local government on how COVID may have impacted our services in that particular year and what we did to mitigate further models so we can ensure service delivery going forward in the case of future emergency safety procedures and
Okay.
pandemics. Thank you.
So then on the, kind of to your point about during COVID and all that, how you responded during COVID in using telehealth, some of the top three concerns that are being on here related to youth was suicide, emergency department admission. So this is all specifically during COVID. It's not necessarily post-COVID. Is that correct? This is
Correct.
okay. Thank you.
Well, I have a lot of questions. See if I can bring them up. So you have 15 slots total on the board, and I heard Supervisor Goldenberg's question, but how many openings do you have total right now on the board?
6.
6. Okay. So I know that you like to categorize those openings. So of those 6, you need a law enforcement person, an education person, and you have a hospital person, but you'd like a substance abuse person, and then what else do you need?
Youth.
Youth.
Which is between the ages of, over 18 to 25, give or take, give on the.
So that is 4 of the 6, and then just an at-large concerned citizen for the rest?
It would be nice to also have people being represented by other ethnic population. We have only 1 on the board right now, but
Do you have tribal?
no, and that could be another one.
And what is your plan for getting the word out about these openings to fill them?
Well, it's on the website. Going to these events or going to these meetings has introduced many of us to other people. And so we just keep talking to people, handing them a flyer and, so forth. So a lot of in-person. There's definitely other things we could do. One would be to involve the college, to see if we could recruit that way through the college. We could possibly put something in the newspaper, but, that's a cost. So.
Probably don't have the budget for that.
Right.
Okay. So my next question has to do with the approval of the bylaws. I note in the larger packet, it's been 2.5 years and you've not been able to come to terms. What's the problem?
Well, we're having a meeting on November 6th to keep working on it. The county council was busy for we submitted them in August of 2021. They were busy and didn't get to us back till January. And then other people wanted to have input, so that delayed it even more. And
I'm not well-versed in your advisory committee, but I understand that there have been, with other boards, some issues regarding conforming to our new standards. Is that part of the problem? The committee's book.
there is some
handbook.
voice saying that, but we're pretty well clear with the wellness and institution code that we have. There is conflict between the state law and the county policy for committees. So we're trying to work those issues out.
And is that with county council?
County council and county administrator.
Okay.
Supervisor Howe.
Do you have any input for us on that? I'm concerned that it's taken 2.5 years.
So there's a couple of things. Just so you know, County Council has spent an incredible amount of time, and it's actually Chris next to me who serves BH. He served him when I was there. there have been at times in which that some of the recommended changes from the advisory board did not conform with the state regulations, and Chris can speak to that. More recently, what happened was they finally made it, what I understand, I'm talking with Chris yesterday, was they got all of the language cleaned up. It went through, the advisory board approved it, but it didn't go through the crosswalk with our office. Does it conform with the governing body handbook? Now, I want you all to know, your governing body handbook specifies that when state law has, that it does not, obviously ours cannot supersede state law.
Right.
And Heather is aware of that. So what she did was go through and make sure anything that was not state law then falls under the new governing body handbook. So when I was aware of that this was still going, that's when I asked, as Mary Ann said, I did ask for a meeting with all of us so we can sit down together and go through this. But if you have specific questions about the work that Chris has done, he obviously is sitting here and can comment on that, but.
Well, I would like to ask for county council's comments on this process and what you've learned and where you're at.
Okay, I think going back to, we had a previous revision of the bylaws in 2017. So what's in effect right now is not necessarily old. The latest effort in 2021 submitted a document that was very different from the 2017 version. It was in a different format entirely. It required us to review all the codes fresh. So it just took more time, and because they had recently revised bylaws, it was lower priority for our office, so it was taking longer. Eventually, they switched back to a version closer to 2017. My office reviewed those again, and we were making it consistent with state law, and there were a lot of changes that were difficult to, they were affecting the department and its resources. So we were managing between the advisory board and the department to make sure these changes did not overly control the department more than they should. So that took effort. And recently, of course, we needed to make them consistent with your board's committee handbook. So that, I think, is the latest issue. And so that needs to go back to the advisory board. Those do not conflict with state law to our knowledge, but they require to be consistent with your board's direction.
So it sounds like you're getting close now to
Yes,
resolving whatever it was.
yes.
Okay. And I noted something during your presentation, and it kind of speaks to what Mr. Schmidt just said about overly controlling, and this is just my take, and I want to hear something from both of you. Under what to watch for in 23-24, the advisory board is suggesting to develop a contract review plan for the behavioral health contracts. That, to me, sounded like outside of the purview of what an advisory council would do, but I'm open to hearing why this would be necessary or why it would be prudent.
So duty 2 says review any county agreements. Okay, that's what we're going to do. We're going to review the agreements. We were trying to figure out, how do we review them? So we had somebody from the state come to our retreat, and she spoke to us for over an hour on what you need to look for in an agreement. That's basically what we're doing. So it's a mandate from the state just to review these agreements that the department is making.
So this is something that the state expects the advisory board to do?
Yes.
Okay, it was a surprise to me. Let's see. Sorry, I took a lot of notes. I already spoke about that. Okay. I saw the one concern for the modernization of the MHSA act. It's a big concern to all of us, the funding especially, but we have staffing concerns, and I'm wondering how the advisory committee can help with that. I would think that would be also in the top of the list of concerns with the, besides staffing for the advisory board, staffing for the actual clinicians and people that we need to fill the vacancy rate for the department. And I don't know if this is something within the purview of the advisory board or not. So I just wanted to bring that up and see what you had to say.
It's not under our purview.
Okay. Too bad, because we need all the help we can get. And that ends my questions. Thank you. So we will take it to the community at large. Well, the one that is here anyway. Anybody want to get up and make comments about this presentation we all just heard? Welcome. Shion?
Hello, there I
There you
am. I'll go up a little bit. Thank you, board, for being here every single meeting. I'm glad to see you back, David. My concern again is paperwork and paperwork and paperwork. Me in particular, I am concerned, of course, about the homeless that need behavioral help and how that all works and how they are able to help with that in our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I've attended a lot of behavioral health advisory committee meetings in my time. I was asked by one of the supervisors to go and be that person's eyes and ears. And it was draining.
Excuse me, hold on just a minute. Looks like we're having technical difficulties. We lost connection. So we'll start again there, Carol, once we resume. Because I guess I can't do it myself. All right, I'm going to call the board members back to the dais, calling all board members. And we had technical difficulties with our connection, but we have the ability to continue recording. And on the face of the agenda here, it says we can do so. We can continue the public meeting without remote access. So that's what we're going to do. And anybody that missed something that has been viewing live can review it on accesstuolumne.org later. But we do have that ability, and rather than wait for that connection to reappear, we're going to resume. So we are on public comment right now, and we had a member from the public come up, and she started her comments, but we're going to let her rewind and start again so that everybody has the benefit of hearing what she has to say. Thank you.
Well, I just want to say this is one of the better reports that I've read and I think that you've been presented with, because it actually has some facts and talks about the things that they're dealing with. There aren't a lot of members of the public that come to these meetings. That concerns me, for people who get up and talk about behavioral health isn't doing enough for the homeless, or they're not doing enough for mental health, blah, 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 blah. They get a lot of money and they do a lot of outreach, and there's a lot going on. And it would behoove people to be better informed about what's going on. The one thing that has always concerned me is there's no sign over there. There's a probation sign, but there isn't signs for anything else. And they want to have their meetings at the enrichment center, but there's no transit stop that goes there. They can kind of stop nearby, which affects their clients as well as anyone else. There's no sign that says where it is, so you have to kind of know where it is and how to get back there. They have tried multiple times to have public events and invited people, and the last one they had, no one from the Behavioral Health Advisory Committee even came. No, as I recall, no elected officials came, but I was pleased to see 3 people from the Public Defender's Office and 1 person from Health and Human Services who came, so that was really nice. So it's kind of out of the way, it's isolated. I don't like meeting in that room, the ceiling's really high, it's hard to hear. But that's just me. But I think it would be important to have a sign saying, hey, here we are. And this is a committee that's been active. A lot of committees I attended for years just kind of wanted to talk a little bit and eat snacks. And this one kind of wants to do something, which I think is important, and I think they've tried to do something. And there's a lot going on over there, and I think people don't realize that. This is also a state mandated committee. It's not your mandated committee. And as I recall seeing before, it comes with the recommended template for bylaws. So there's a lot of bullshit and butting heads going on both sides that hasn't been beneficial to anybody. But it is not, and you guys passed your committee and commission handbook, but I don't think you read it, because it's certainly causing a lot of problems with a lot of different committees. So I applaud them for the effort that they're doing. I think Tammy's been amazing at getting all kinds of money and grants and managing, all this plus Care Court. So I would invite people to learn more about it and become better informed as to what's really going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member of the public wish to make comments on this presentation? Not seeing any, I'll bring it back to the board for final comments. Supervisor Campbell? Do you have something to say? No? Okay. No? Supervisor Kirk?
I'll just kind of ditto what Carol said, which was thank you, Tammy, for the work that you do. I know you took over, how long has it been now, 2 years, 3? Almost 2. So, and I've heard great things about you while you're there, so thank you for the work. And Marianne, thank you. Sometimes we may disagree on some things, but there's one thing I will always say about Marianne, which is you're very dedicated. You care about the community that you live in, and we're just fortunate to have you be a part of this group. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Brandon?
Great, thank you. I think in joining this, so I've been on the Behavioral Health Advisory Board for just about 2.5 years, and I want to echo those comments. I think, Tammy, you've been a breath of fresh air for it. It really needed that. Obviously, we still have some very significant challenges, and I think where my attention has been in that group has been on 2 issues. One's been how can we use that as a forum to be able to talk about the opioid crisis and fentanyl, which has replaced a lot of the other opioids in the market. We had a really great presentation about that, and Marianne, I think your leadership on it's been great. We've had the district attorney come in. We've had Kim Freeman come in and present. We've had a number of very informative discussions. We've had a lot of staff that have attended that are not necessarily support staff for that group, and members of the public. I think that's very healthy. The other has been the clinician vacancy rate. Of course, we are able to, correct me if I'm wrong, be able to help fund a lot of these programs by the reimbursements that come in from the work provided by our clinicians. So fewer clinicians means fewer money that is coming in to the county, and we also have a minimum threshold of service that we're required to provide. I've been an advocate in, I think, addressing this. I think our board has talked about it as well. We have done some changes to try and address this. I don't think it has been as aggressive as in some of the other areas that we've made a focus. This might be one of the next areas to prioritize because a 46% clinician vacancy rate, this is talking about the people who are addicted, are struggling with mental health. A lot of them, they're just born that way, or they had something horrific happen to them, or they made a bad choice and now they are hooked, or even as we talked about with opioids, they got prescribed something and told that this was what's going to help them. And when they're coming in there, we need to make sure that they have somebody to talk to. So I would highly recommend that we would look at clinician vacancies through what we can do for hiring, education incentives, the pay and compensation. Masters of Social Work tends to be one of the lowest compensated master's degrees. It's notoriously difficult to be able to attract those employees, and housing incentives with what Golden State Finance and RCFC offer, and really target that particular. That is one there, and I think the integrated case management workers, if I remember the other one, where vacancies are really taking a big toll and they're working high caseloads. I wanted to recommend to the board too, it has been a challenge not having a modest line item. This is a group that is fundamentally different than the rest of the committees that are under our governance manual. They have mandated responsibilities to do certain presentations, certain public events. It's very limiting where there may not be any money to advertise or rent anything, to do an ad in the paper. It adds an additional level because the grants and line items within the department, if they're not made for that, it's very hard to go pay for a newspaper ad or a radio ad to support attending a meeting that the DA is presenting at because it doesn't fit the grant or MHSA or this funding or that funding. That does present a significant challenge. I know that we're all holding our breath on the MHSA realignment that the governor is proposing. I think until then, obviously, we're working on care court that is extremely complex and across many departments. I would really like to continue to see the collaboration between law enforcement, behavioral health, social services, all of our basically different agencies, the multi-agency partnership type model that I think I shared, Fresno has been operating, looking at how we can continue to grow that reliance, and then for something new, especially in light of what changes happened within the budget and the staffing at the district attorney's office. I've mentioned this before. I think it would be very wise for our board to promote that behavioral health have a role in the one pill can kill fentanyl awareness effort that right now does not have a home. I think this could be in collaboration with other departments, but this is such a substantial issue and we just had that presentation about it. I think this is a natural home for it. So thank you. Thanks to all the people who have been serving on the Behavioral Health Advisory Board. I think for the bylaws, just briefly since that was brought up, that has been an excruciatingly long process. And at this point, I'm looking forward to that meeting with county admin, council, the department, and BHAB that's there. I think I speak for most people in it that we just need to get it done. It's long since gone past any actual disagreement on how it needs to be. It's just 2.5 years has been, I don't know. I don't have a word. It's exhausting. And it's not a real contention anymore. It's getting drowned in some of the bureaucracy, I think, of one group to the next group to the next group, and the changes keep coming back, even if it's been approved now 4 different times. And that's very frustrating for everybody. So I look forward to that hopefully being the final meeting. It will be done. We walk away with something that everybody agrees on, and we're able to implement. So thank you. I know that took a little bit, but.
Thank you. I don't have any comments. Most of my energy was put into the questions that I had. But I know that Supervisor Kirk had something he wanted to add. I just wanted to thank you for your presentation and bringing this awareness to not only the board, but the community, whether they're here or whether they're watching online or remotely through our access to Tuolumne. Go ahead, Supervisor Kirk.
Yeah, Supervisor Brennan was talking and it made me realize maybe I wasn't clear on the telehealth stuff. Because the vacancy rate is so high with clinicians, are we able to utilize the telehealth specifically for some of that clinician work? Or is that more the telemedicine?
That would be an option. We have not had to seek any RFPs or any contracts for that at this point. I would like to just give a brief update about the staffing. We have recently added one clinician position or hired a clinician who should be starting in roughly 3 weeks. We also have 3 others that are pending interview, and we were able to hire our RN position, and they started last week. So there's been a little bit of changes in our vacancies since the report was drafted.
So when I see percentages, sometimes it throws things off, because if you only have 2 positions and only one's filled, that's a 50% vacancy. What's the amount of clinicians that you're supposed to be staffed, and where are you at?
15, 9 we have, so that leaves 5 if I do math right.
Okay.
And so with the pending interviews and 1 hire, it's likely, if all works well, we would end up with 2 clinical vacancies.
Okay.
Wonderful.
which is
It's
which
a
is
huge
much
change.
better. Back to the point that Supervisor Brandon made, though, if you ever got to that position again, I would agree a 46% vacancy rate is, I think across the county, I think we're close to 17 or 20%. If I'm, so I'm not saying that's okay, but what I'm saying is when you're double that, it's concerning. So please make us aware in the future if you're back to that number. I
Absolutely.
wouldn't wait till the annual report.
Yeah, one of the things that the department has done is we are entering into an agreement with Cal MHSA, which is Cal Mental Health Services Act Association, who has created a opportunity for all 58 counties to engage in telehealth.
Okay.
Specifically for licensed practitioners of the healing art. So we all have an opportunity, if necessary, if we get to that 46% or worse, to engage in contracts that would bring this delivery of specialty mental health to our Medi-Cal beneficiaries through telehealth.
So it sounds like you know how to manage your department then.
I got it.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
So I understand this was for information only presentation. Thank you very much. And we have an 11 o'clock appointment, but I would like to move to item number 17 first. I understand it's a very brief presentation, and then we can continue on with the 11. So Heather, would you please read item number 17?
Item 17, consideration of approving Animal Control Director employment agreement with Michael Mazuch.
Who's going to be making this presentation?
Me,
All right.
snuck in. Good morning. Karen McGettigan, Human Resources and Risk Management Director. I am here today with the employment agreement for the new Animal Control Director. So back in June of 2023, our board created the position of the director to replace the position of Animal Control Manager, given the increase in duties that were going to be required and the increased level of oversight. We did open a recruitment in August, and the formal Animal Control Manager, Michael Mazuch, was selected. He has been employed with the county since April 2016. I believe you are all familiar with his work. He is very well known in the state, highly sought after for his expertise among many county animal control departments. Very fortunate to have him on board here. The proposed agreement before you is negotiated to appoint Mr. Mazuch as the Animal Control Director for a 5-year term, beginning today, October 17th, which would run through October 9th, 2028, at the appointed salary range of approximately $95,584 annually, which is range 156, step C, $45.95 per hour. It is our recommendation that you approve that employment agreement. And I believe Mr. Mazuch is here if you would like to address him directly.
Hi there.
Hi there. It's an honor to serve you guys in the CAO's office. I thoroughly enjoy my job here, and both the CAO's office and the board has always supported animal control and most things that were required. I know budget constraints and like that. We understand that. So I appreciate you guys being able to talk to me one-on-one. Anaya calls me, Jaren's talked. Brian, Kathleen, David, everything. Been to David's house for dog problems. So, I enjoy that. So I'm here to help everybody and all the citizens of the county. I really appreciate it.
Very good. Thank you. And was there anything else that we needed to know before we?
I
Okay.
don't believe so.
Okay. So any questions of the board? I think we've been kind of over this before. Any questions? Okay, I'll put it out to the people here and the public if there are any comments.
Good morning, Chairman Haff, members of the board. As the outgoing Animal Control Director, I would like to state that Mike Mazuch is an excellent choice for the Animal Control Director. Mike has proven to be an asset to myself and to Tuolumne County. He is diligent and hardworking. He makes himself available to his staff 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. He assures that his staff have the support that they need for work and outside of work. He is well respected by his staff, and they appreciate him also. Mike is also very respected in the community, and at times is often invited over to dinner by his constituents. In conclusion, I would like to thank Mike for working so closely with me these past 4.5 years. His passion for animal control, his sense of humor, and his compassion are what makes him an incredible person to work with. Thank you.
Thank you.
I also think he's an excellent choice, and I've seen him like all hours of the day and night, and even when he was supposed to be on his sick leave. I just think he does an excellent job, but we have knuckleheads in our community, and we need to spay and neuter our animals. We need to take care of them. We need to be a responsible pet owner. If you've got a dog, you need to be in control of your dog. You need to put it on a leash. You know, and it really bothers me when he's put in the position of having to put a dog down because their owner is an a-hole. So, and we have all these kittens and chickens and puppies everywhere, and we need to spay, neuter, and vaccinate. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other comments from the public, I'll bring it back to the board for any final comments and/or a motion.
I'll make a final comment and make that motion. It goes without saying that Mike is an excellent animal control officer. I know people in other counties will reach out to me to see if they can get his help on one issue or another. So he's known throughout the state, and I think we're fortunate to have him on the team. So with that being said, it would be my honor to approve the contract agreement with Michael Mazook.
I'll second that. Any other comments before we vote? All right, I'll call, first of all, I'll have to say Supervisor Campbell motioned and Supervisor Half seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you. All right, let's go to our 11 a.m. appointment, which I note is a public hearing. And Heather, would you please read that?
11 a.m., public hearing to consider Jeffrey Kaiser appeal of the notice and order number E22-017 that was issued on May 23, 2023 on assessor's parcel number 097-070-026 14289 Laura Lane regarding an illegal encroachment.
All right, I hereby open up the public hearing.
I can start.
And we will wait for County Council to get set up there.
Good morning, Board.
Morning.
Before you today is an appeal of a May 23rd, 2023 notice and order regarding an illegal encroachment into the county right-of-way from a parcel located at 14289 Laura Lane. Under Chapter 110 of the county's ordinance code, your board is the hearing body for appeals of code violations, including encroachment violations enforced by Public Works. In terms of process, first, Public Works Director Kim McFarland will provide your board with an overview of the investigation and case, including Public Works' efforts to work with the property owner and developer to resolve this violation. The evidence presented by the county constitutes prima facie evidence, which means it is sufficient to establish a fact unless it is disproved or rebutted. The burden of proof here is a preponderance of the evidence standard. This is commonly referred to as the more likely than not standard. This means that more than 50% of the evidence points to the existence of the violation. Public Works has met its burden. I also wanted to emphasize for this hearing, the ordinance code requires your board to only consider evidence that is relevant to the hearing matter. And here, that is the encroachment violation and the rocks in the ditch within the Laura Lane right-of-way. After Public Works presentation, the appellant has an opportunity to present evidence in response, and your board can ask questions at any time. The public may comment after the parties present. However, the department and appellant should be given an opportunity to respond to public comment to ensure due process. After reviewing the presentation, evidence, and any public comment, your board will determine whether the violation as alleged is true, that is, whether it's been proven by a preponderance of the evidence. If your board finds the violation is true, staff will present for your chair's signature a final abatement order within 10 days of the hearing, which includes the violation, the corresponding penalties, and an order that the violation be abated within a time specified by your board. If your board finds the violation has not been proven, staff will withdraw the notice and order and refund the appeal fee to the appellant. Now, if there are no questions regarding the hearing process today, I will turn this over to Ms. McFarland for her presentation.
So any questions from the board about the process? Seeing none, proceed, please.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Kim McFarland, Director of Public Works, and with me here today is our Assistant Director of Engineering and Airports, Blossom Scott Heim, our Road Superintendent of Roads and Fleet, Mike Cagnetti, our Senior Engineering Tech, Brian Eaton, and our County Surveyor, Warren Smith. So just give me a second. And so this morning we have two questions for your board to consider. Do violations exist, and who is responsible? The location of the violation is south of Highway 108, east of Hess Avenue on Laura Lane, a county-maintained road of about 500 feet. The property owner is Jeffrey Kaiser, and the developer acting on behalf of the property owner is John Ferriani. The assessor's map shows the exact location here. And we also included this aerial to show Mr. Kaiser's property, which is identified with the red pin, and you can clearly see the location of Laura Lane in relation to the house. So the violation for this case is working in the road or right-of-way without a permit and the addition of large rocks in the roadside ditch inhibiting road maintenance. Your board memo outlines the background of this case, but at a high level, county staff have been working with the property owner and developer to obtain compliance with the county ordinance code since this time last year. When the violation was noted by county staff, an opportunity to correct was sent to the property owner requesting they obtain an encroachment permit from Public Works to remove the rocks from the ditch. At the request of the developer, representatives from Public Works met with the property owner, developer, their contractors at the site on December 29, 2022. We discussed the difficulty of maintaining the road right-of-way ditch with the large rocks placed in and along the sides of the ditch, the work that was done without a permit, the problem of removing the original pre-existing culvert piping and altering the ditch drainage on the west side of the driveway, and the installation of the driveway encroachment that was not constructed to plan and was never approved as per the previous Deputy Director of Roads. At the conclusion of the meeting, we agreed to have the ditch elevation surveyed, which was completed. The survey confirmed what we had stated. The elevation change from Hess Avenue to the existing cross culvert under Laura Lane, approximately 300 feet in distance, is a drop of 3.5 feet, a little over 1% slope. The pre-existing culvert pipe in the ditch likely assisted with the drainage, but some improvements could be made with the removal of the driveway as it is currently constructed and the removal of the rocks lining the ditch. The results were sent to the property owner with a reminder of the OTC. In March, the developer applied for an encroachment permit to install a cross culvert across Laura Lane, this is a second one from what exists, from the Kaiser property to the property north of Laura Lane, which was denied. By May, a notice and order was mailed to the owner, and a couple of weeks later, the applicant contested the NAO, which brings us here today for this hearing. So we thought it would be easier to show the violation rather than describe it. So this is Laura Lane looking eastward. And this is a little bit closed in, a little bit east past the driveway. These are the rocks that were placed in the road right-of-way, and the right-of-way extends right to the fence line. This road actually has a 40-foot right-of-way. And this is from our inspector taken back in May of this year, looking now westward. And as you can see, there's a significant amount of rock in this ditch. So you may be wondering, what is the problem other than not abiding by the county's ordinance code to get a permit in advance of any work in the road right-of-way, and it's ditch maintenance. So you can see the silt runoff in the ditch, the brown material. This will fill in time if not cleared from the ditch and the cross culvert. Again, this is just sort of a close-up. This was just after 1 year of the rock in place and the silt already filling in on the rocks. So there is a process and ordinance code in place to protect county roads by ensuring that road work meets county standards, that it does not pose a safety issue for motorists and does not inhibit maintenance of the road. Encroachment permits are required for these reasons, and this work here would not have been approved by Public Works because it inhibits maintenance of the ditch, such as removal of silt, sand, and debris. So with that, staff recommends the Board of Supervisors make the following findings: that a violation does exist, rocks were placed in the road right-of-way without a permit, and the property owner is responsible. Staff further recommends the Board of Supervisors impose abatement costs and penalties per the ordinance, provide a deadline by when the property owner must complete abatement of the violation, and direct Public Works to draft a final abatement order for the chair's signature. Any questions?
So let's see. So would we ask questions? Now, Cody, I'm asking you this question. I notice we have the department's presentation, then the appellant's presentation. Would we, as the board, ask questions now or wait until the appellant makes their presentation?
Well, for any procedural questions regarding the hearing, I would defer to Christopher Schmidt as he's advising your board, but from Public Works perspective, we're open to questions at any time.
Okay. How would you prefer us to proceed?
Your board can ask questions at any time, as long as the parties each have a chance to speak and we get public comment. Your board can work in questions however is convenient for you.
Okay, so I would like to break this up because there may be questions on the board's mind right now, and then we'll do the same after the appellant's presentation. So, board, do you have any questions? You, Supervisor Kirk.
And before I open up, I will disclose that I have been out to the property. I did meet with John Ferriani, did a little walkthrough, and I also met with a neighbor that nobody knows, but I did a little research of my own and met with a neighbor who lives out there just to get their opinion since they've been out there for 30, 40 years. My question real quick, and I might have more, I want to hear from John and them, but for the ditch on that road for the maintenance, how often are we going out there and doing, you know, I sent you guys an email last night asking for records. How often are we going out there and actually doing ditching on Laurel
So,
Lane?
I mean, Mike Canetti, our road superintendent, can certainly jump in and elaborate, but we actually went and looked at the maintenance records for Lower Lane, as you requested, along with South Court and Hess. And Hess and South have almost $250,000 worth of maintenance work done in the last 13 years. Lower Lane, 20,000. And it includes ditching, pavement, culvert, replacement. It's pretty much on par with all other local roads in the county. Did you want to add?
And I know from walking out there, I know we did some dredging on one side of Laurel Lane out into that kind of meadow area, but specifically, do we know what we've done for ditching? Is it like I'm sorry, I wasn't clear on my email, but specifically it was to ditching, because I saw that we do potholes and whatnot, but.
Mike, if you want to come up to the podium and answer, that you can do that. I'd like to hear your voice.
We try to ditch every year. We have a maintenance schedule that we follow every year after snow plowing, and once the snow plowing's done and the asphalt repairs have been made, then we go right to ditching and brushing, and usually we brush before we ditch, and we have a grid of the whole county road department, and we just try to work the grid sometime throughout the year, and if we don't get it this year, we try to get it next year. It's dependent on severity and maintenance requests, but ditching is done yearly.
Okay.
Whether Laura Lane gets ditched every year, I seriously doubt it. But it does come down the pipeline, and I've been there before myself and ditched that road to show that the water does go. So.
Thank you.
So on our maintenance records, it does show ditching within the last couple of years. So I don't know if, I can pull that up probably if anybody wants to see it.
Sure, and the reason why I was asking, because I know there's been work done recently because of some of the culvert work and putting it off to the meadow. I was just trying to get an idea of maybe in the last 10, 20 years, how often are we going out there? So it sounds like we don't have a for sure, like we don't have anything logged other than we try and hit it as often as we
Let
can.
me
But
see if I can, Yeah.
patching, right, but ditching specifically, because this is about a water diversion issue.
okay, can you
So-
guys see that? I'm trying to do full screen, but. Okay, so this is our maintenance that was done out there. Let me see if I can take my glasses off. It's hard to, it's kind of an eye chart. Surface and drain cleaning done in 2019, surface patching 2020, shoulder and ditch regrading in 2020, drainage maintenance and replacement in 2022. So again, I
Okay.
think this is on par for a local road.
Okay. Surface patching, surface patching.
Does that answer your questions, Supervisor Kirk?
Yeah, could you just leave this on there while they're asking other questions so I can read it? Thank you.
Supervisor Goldenberg.
Okay, also went out to the site. When I read the agenda item, I wasn't clear, so I wanted to see firsthand. So I just want to express that. I met with Mr. Ferriani and walked that section as well as the road above and looked at that. One question that I have is that, and I saw in that one photo in the slide, it showed some silt amongst the rocks. My question is, without those rocks being there, how much silt would be in that area?
Okay.
And I know there's no definitive.
Right, so the silt is coming off the property, and it is flowing into the ditch, and we would be able to remove that and clear the culvert by mechanical means with those rocks. The problem is, Board, is that those rocks make it very difficult. You could not mechanically clear those ditches that are filling with silt without removing the rocks first. And I just want to stay kind of focused. That is the only reason why we are here today, is because work was done, those rocks placed in a ditch on a county road without a permit.
And I understand that. I'm not
Yeah,
suggesting otherwise. And I just know when, around my own property or, people put French drains in and they use rock. And anyways, I think it can be pretty effective because a lot of buildup of silt can end up clogging areas, culverts and what have you. It can be counterproductive, but I understand. Thank you.
Supervisor Campbell.
And thank you to my colleague. That was half of the question I had was about the rock. And the other half was about the, I guess, the corrective action that we're asking. So we're asking the property owner to remove that rock and then, I guess, file with the county, and that fixes the issue. It's not the overall construction of the path of the drainage, it's just the rock. So once that rock's removed, did the, I guess applicant's not the right word, the property owner, did they provide a reason why the rock was needed there and why they would not want to remove it, or is it related to just the cost that it would take to remove the rock?
I think that we have a pretty good idea of why they put the rock in there. Let me see if I can find the photos. This is from 2019. A great deal of the topography has been changed here over the years since the development of this property. We do have historical photos that show that the historical culverts were removed just up from this location. And so you can see they're experiencing erosion. This was sent to us from the Kaisers. But again, this is a private property issue of erosion that the public shouldn't or can't be paying for. And the rocks in the ditch, although that helps their erosion problem, it creates a road ditch maintenance issue for us.
I see. So it's not just the rock then, because if they were to remove, for county ditching purposes, the rocks are the issue. But once the rocks are removed, then the erosion issue is still there, and so they'll have to take some other type of action to address that in the future.
Yeah.
Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, and erosion control measures are usually done for a private issue. They'd be done on private property, not in the road right-of-way.
I see.
So,
and when you say that, I'm trying to read through the lines. What you mean is that that this drainage ideally would want to be somewhere where the fence line is or further onto the property rather than right up to the road.
The drainage is fine where it is. The ditch is fine where it is. That is county road right of way. What we mean is the rock to prevent erosion for their private property needs to be moved back onto their property.
Okay.
So, because that has been raised, we have some information that has been raised by anywhere from 1 foot to 3 feet from original ground. So it's creating some issues.
Okay, so then they're not responsible for so we have a picture here. There's erosion occurring on both sides of this waterway. The left side is erosion to the property owner, and the right side is the erosion to the road right-of-way. They're only responsible for the erosion that's occurring on the left-hand side.
We have been trying to make accommodations with this property owner, and there has been a lot of change of staff in the last 5 years. We're not even going to discuss the driveway that is at a different elevation than what had been approved. So normally, yes, we would go to a property owner and say, you are causing damage to the road, and we want it to be repaired. We want it fixed. We want it mitigated. We're trying to work with them. So right now, all we're asking for is just the rock to be removed so we can maintain this ditch. If we can find some other way in the future where we can improve something on our road, we will, but it has to be only towards the road maintenance, not a private property repair.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. Just trying to kind of understand this. So did the changes they made to their property create this issue before the gravel was done in the public easement?
I mean, it's hard to say, but yes, I think that the flooding that you're seeing, especially on the other side of the driveway, it's hard to say. That water right there was a pretty wet year. But yeah, I think that some of the issues they're seeing on Laura Lane is because of the development of that property. I'll go to some other photos if you want. Let me see if I can pull something else up. I have them hidden. So we have some historical photos. These are the original culvert that was in the road right-of-way along Laura Lane that was removed during the development of this property. I believe this was taken back in 2007. This is what Laura Lane used to look like in front of the Kaiser House with a culvert underground, and then it was removed. This is during the building of the Kaiser House. A lot of soil was brought on site to raise the property. You can see soil and ditching altered. And then it's these side views that we happen to find. I don't know if you guys can see this well enough. Let me see if I can. This is from 2007, relatively flat with the road. 2007, and then you can see it's raised in 2014. And there's also an additional drain added there. So the topography has been changed. I would say, yes, it's altered some of the drainage.
Okay, I only had one other question. This is kind of a little segment off the main road, and let me know if this is out of scope. The watchful eye of legal counsel. I wanted to ask if there's been any discussion on, because the road does look like it has maintenance challenges, obviously, and we know that a lot of the areas do. The offering of making that basically, instead of charging a fee, allowing this to become a private road and abandoning the public easement, has that been something discussed with them or any interest in there? Where this would no longer be an issue then?
So if they were looking to take this on, of course, you have another neighbor to the north who is affected by any kind of maintenance, drainage issues on this road. So it would have to be all parties involved. The county surveyor's here, he could walk us through the process, but I believe you have to have all parties weigh in on it and approve. And is it a road vacation?
Was there any discussion of that with them at all, or did they offer that as an option at all either?
I don't believe that the neighbors to the north are in favor of that.
Okay, thank you.
And maybe to address your question, if a private property owner wanted to do some sort of maintenance within the road right-of-way, they could submit an application to Public Works, and the Public Works could review that and approve it if it met the standards.
Okay.
Thank you. So I need to disclose that I met out on the property with Mr. Ferriani and Mr. Kaiser and Kim and staff. I don't remember, it was raining that day. Was that the December time? Okay. So I've seen this property firsthand. And this may be a question that I asked to both parties, but since we're just doing your presentation right now, why were the culverts removed?
I don't know why they were, you're talking about the original pre-existing culverts in, that the developer, we think, removed? We don't know.
Okay,
They were,
okay.
and they were driveway culverts, but also extended to the edge of the road, if I believe, is what Brian, yeah.
I think that's all of my questions, so I'll probably ask that again the next time. All right, so is it time for, let's see. I'm trying to decide whether we ask for public comment now or wait. What's that? Couldn't hear
The
you.
appellant would present.
The appellant, okay. So now it's time for the appellant to make their presentation. You need some help? Is this more than one? How many, are these all the same or? Just one, okay. Here. Here's the next one. And the final one. We can share this one, right? I got one more coming my way. We're going to share this one.
Wow, okay. I kind of beg to differ on a few things that have been presented. First, though, I'd like to introduce myself. I'm John Ferriani. I started in the construction industry in 1976, worked for Paul Overholzer, the premier builder at that time. I have a degree in engineering, one in architecture from Cal Poly and Modesto Junior College. Started my business in 1980. Do custom homes, everything from that to dog houses. I've designed a lot of infrastructure situations. I'm a member of the Tuolumne County Building Industry. I'm the board president of the Tuolumne Sanitary District. And I'm the special Tuolumne County Special District Representative on LAFCO. None of these jobs pay anything. I do it because I want to do what's right for the community. I used to be the boy contractor. Now I'm the old guy that's been around for more than any of you and any of you. The Kaiser family has been around since 1980. Diane Kaiser, his mom, is the one that built the house. It was her dream project. They owned and operated a lot of business in the community, did a lot of volunteer work. And unfortunately, she passed away and wasn't able to see her dream come true. When we first started this project, she wanted to do what was right by the neighborhood, and she actually brought in an 8-inch water line at her own cost and a fire hydrant that's shown in the picture for fire protection. At that time, it was right around $200,000.
Now it'd be probably about 5. She also brought in public sewer and put both these 2 homes, hers and her son, Lauren, who couldn't make it because of some family issues. And that was about $100,000 at that time, which would be a lot more now. Jeff Kaiser's her son, owns this house currently, and Lori and Lauren Kaiser own the house next door. Jeff's trying to complete his mom's dream. I do want to thank Warren and Mike for coming out and actually meeting, and Kathy, and Dave and Anaya. It was really nice to have you come out and hopefully understand what was happening. It would have been nice to get staff, Kim and Blossom out after this winter to show how this performed. I'm really upset of some of the statements she made about the topography being adjusted. The culverts that were in there for years since the subdivision was built, there were 2 encroachments that were on the property. They're on the original map there. You can see when we did the utilities, it's the second page, shows the 2 encroachment. In fact, I think that one does too. And I was going to refer to that, sorry. So, this one does show, this was the original plans we used when we did the water and the sewer system. It does show the 2 existing encroachments. This piece of property was split into 3 pieces, had a house by the owner of the property. Dan Kaiser purchased the property, and we later built the house for her. If you look at the drainage thing, the blue indicates drainage on the property on this plan. Sorry, it's kind of crude, but it
Okay,
works.
which one are we referring to? We've got lots of handouts
the big
here.
plan, the big plan. Nope,
Okay.
that one there, yep. Okay, it shows the major drainage flowing on Hess Road, where Hess and Laura intersect, is a high point. Everything that goes north and south runs, either north and south, but through that area, it's high point, and the ditches haven't been pulled in years. The culvert's plugged up, and all that water runs in onto our property and onto the Hardin property. There's always been a major drainage through parcel 13B, if you see that through there. And then there was also a major drainage coming from South Court. The amount of water you saw in the pictures, hardly any of it comes from our property. Very misleading and very inaccurate representation of what's happening. The water comes from the far lower right-hand corner, if you look at that. We have a video we can show you, but up on South Court, there's a major drainage that the water comes down. I'm sure she has nothing showing that, through a concrete ditch, and it's a tremendous amount of water. It blows across South Court. It goes down the drainage on the right-hand side, and it does enter our property through a cross culvert. We have handled the water that comes from off-site on our property, and that's what the new culvert is. None of that water originates on our property. There's very little water that originates on our property. You saw the flows in the picture. There's just no way that comes from us. So backing up, this area is has a lot of water flowing through it. It has several major drainages, which I just described. The soil is super erosive. It's a meadow. It's silty soil. The developers should have put in more culverts on Laura Lane to handle the stormwater runoff. The county did recently remove and replace a 12-inch culvert after many, many requests from us. And that's the $20,000 they spent. They put an 18-inch culvert in. I asked them to put a 24 and asked if we could even pay for it.
And we actually volunteered to pay for this replacement of culvert at the time. And were denied, and the county did it on their own. A 24-inch would have been much better than an 18. As you can see in some videos we have, if you need it, that it maxed out already. The county did add riprap around both ends of the culvert, which is a standard practice to stop erosion of erosive soil. At the time, at the same time, they went onto the Hardin property, which is the neighbor to the north, and dug a major trench clear across their property when they put in the new culvert. This is where the complaint came that had people come out, why the county came out to inspect our rock that we put in the ditch. The neighbors thought we had gone on their property and dug this massive ditch through their middle of their property. Unfortunately, this new culvert didn't solve the major problem that's existed since the subdivision was built. It is that there's a low spot on Laura Lane that the road blocks and causes, it's the major drainage area there on the map that I talked about earlier, going through parcel 13B. This area ponds up and runs across the road almost every major storm event and causes a dangerous situation on Laura Lane. There's rest homes and things like that at the end of the road, and if there's ever a fire truck or ambulance needed, the water's flooding across. The other problem is on South Court. At the end of the South Court, like I described earlier, there's a huge amount of water that comes from the east up the hill. I have no idea where it comes from, but it's what barely would fit through an 8-inch pipe, full bore. It's through a concrete ditch up the hill. It's makes a 90-degree on South Court. And in most major rain events, it flows across the road onto South Court and onto the property, causing damage to the Kaiser property and landscaping. The next thing I'd like to talk about is proposed solutions to these problems. That's what I was told to do when they came out and saw that we had put cobble into the drainage ditch. I was told to apply for an encroachment permit and tell us what we wanted to do. And that's what I'm appealing here. I'm not appealing moving the rocks out of the ditch. And it's really convenient how they've cut that down and dumbed it down to just that. What I'm appealing is the fact that they denied completely what I asked for with an encroachment permit. And I have since amended it, since I met with Warren and Mike at the site and turned it in, and that's the plan you're seeing here, which she didn't bring up. I've amended my proposal, and I'd like to propose what my client is willing to do. First, and most importantly, we would like to install a culvert in the low spot on Laura Lane that should have been done originally when the development was made. This would have eliminated the need for our encroachment that we installed that I've heard a lot about being illegal and not built to plans and everything. I really am offended by that because we installed that culvert. It was inspected multiple times. I begged the county staff, most of who are not here, to allow us to put a culvert across in Laura Lane. We wouldn't even have needed a culvert at our encroachment. We're the high spot in the road on Laura Lane. So if we were allowed to install this culvert, that would avoid the drainage you're seeing on the picture up here, the drainage problems. That's not caused by any water that's created or runs off our property due to our development. Secondly, I asked for in my application to allow us to leave the riprap in the drainage ditch along Laura Lane that has performed unbelievable through the worst winter ever here. It's a tremendous amount of flow. It prevented major erosions and siltation that flows onto the hardened property. If it was removed, that massive ditch that the county went over on their property and dug, it would have been silted in, and our fence would have collapsed and fallen into the ditch with the amount of water that flows through there. Again, if you really study those topos correctly, we didn't add anything on that end of the property. The ditch over the past 15 or 20 years has gotten deeper. One of the times was when they did grade the road. The one time they graded the road about 10 years ago, or well, 5 or 6 years ago. I'm not sure the date. It was while we're still in process. Our encroachment hadn't been built. And that's when all the silt along that water went in and filled up the drainage ditch on the hardened property completely. And that's why back when they did road drainage work on one of those times, they had to go on Hardin's property and dig it out. And then this time when they replaced the culvert, they had to go on Hardin's property and dig it out. All right, so those are the two things. The new culvert allow us to keep our riprap. We'll clean it up and make it look better. We just threw it in kind of hastily, not thinking that anybody would ever care about it because we were trying to avoid erosion problems that were happening in the drainage ditch, not from our property. The third thing that I applied for in the original application was to allow us to put gravel along the shoulders of the road, which helps prevent the shoulders from being deteriorating. This is all in your packet if you look at the specification or the details that I drew out to show this. The new item that we added was this map showing things we found out about, which would be to allow us to actually add a little bit of concrete at the headworks of the 18-inch culverts that you guys installed, because my expert that was out there, Steve Narish, noticed that in the videos that we played him showing the water, that you had two major drainages coming together and hitting and causing turbulence, and it was getting restricted because of the cobble that the county put around the inlet to that culvert. And that if we concreted in a small section about this big, it would probably flow smoother and go out, and the 18-inch culvert wouldn't be restricted as bad. Again, if we put in the culvert up on the low spot in Hess, half of the water won't even be going through that culvert anymore. So that's one of the things I amended. And the other thing I amended, which I don't know if it was Mike or Steve Narich that came up with the idea, on South Court, we have massive flows over the road that are causing erosion on the bank over there. We offered to, you can see it on the plan there, it's in orange, to go in and saw cut the road for a couple hundred or 100 and some feet, add 4 feet of asphalt, build up the shoulder, and add an asphalt dike so that when South Fork overflows, because there's no way you guys are going to maintain it to not overflow because of the amount of water that comes from upstream, not from our site, way upstream, it would allow us to control the water, get it around the corner, and not have it silt in and do damage to the property, the Kaiser's property. This is pretty much common sense. Again, I know what she brought up and the attorney brought up, but that wasn't my appeal, and that's not what I appealed. I appealed for the entire thing that was rejected and not allowed to do. So I don't know why I can't be, if you guys are not going to hear that today, I want to be able to get on your agenda in the future. I'm open for questions.
Supervisor Kirk.
John, could you really clearly and simply restate just, I'm looking for it in the packet, but it sounded like there were 4 or 5 revisions that you wanted to amend. I wrote some of them down, but please just clarify. Amended proposal, install culvert on Laurel Lane, allow riprap to stay, basically, that's number 2. Number 3, put in that concrete, I forget the name of it, that pool.
Actually, it's to add, the third one, which was an original application, was to add gravel on the shoulders of the roads.
Add gravel, okay.
The fourth one would be the concrete at the head wall of the 18-inch culvert that was installed.
And then the last one was on
South Court.
South Court.
which is a major thing. We're talking $25,000, $30,000 worth of work my client wants to do to improve the situation. Guaranteed, this is going to be fantastic for the community. It eliminates a hazard that I'm surprised that you guys haven't been in trouble for in the past. The water runs across Laura Lane every time.
Okay. I'll probably have more, but I just want to get those
Okay.
clarified.
Supervisor Goldenberg.
And just to clarify, when I looked at the rock in the ditch, there was a short cement wall there. That was something that you as a developer added as part of the project to protect the property, or was that existing?
The concrete wall that was the curb that's the curb that holds up the fence. Is that what
Right,
Yeah.
yeah.
Right.
So that was installed by,
That was what?
that was part of your project?
That was,
installing it?
we installed that along that road area, and that's pretty much at original grade. What happened was, because of the erosive soil and the erosion over the years, that ditch deepened substantially.
Right. So, looks like, an effort to protect the property from water eroding underneath.
Right, and the little bit of silt that did come off of the property is because we haven't landscaped the two, each side of the encroachment. But the rest of the site has been hardened, it was gravel. I mean, you couldn't drive a steel stake in it. No erosion happened there. It was just a slight bit there at the entrance, and of course, coming from the major drainage on the left, the side that should cross at Laura Lane at the low spot, does bring a lot of silt in. But this stuff performed amazingly. There is silt in the rock at the beginning, not at the end. It's only at the very beginning on each one. The little bit of silt that's come in by the entrance is because we haven't finished the entrance. I left it that way to show, with the amount of volume and water that has gone through there, it's amazing. That's all the silt you have. That ditch would have been 1.5 feet deeper, and your freaking culvert would have been down in Hardin's property if we wouldn't have put the riprap in there. So one thing is, if you're gonna make us remove the riprap, we're gonna ask you to hold us harmless for what it's gonna do to the Hardin property, because I guarantee you, you're gonna have problems down there. And I've done this. I know what I'm talking about. And I've been here a long time.
So
Yes.
walked up on South Court.
Right.
And there was several driveways up there that, I don't know what size the culverts were, but they're pretty small.
Right.
That was on, when
The
you turn
east
right
side,
onto
east side of South Court.
the left side, east side, okay. And that ditch, at points it was going uphill. I know that further up was that big concrete ditch.
That comes
It
from
wa-
off
it was
the hill.
probably, 18 inches to maybe a little bit more
You
deep.
can see the high water in that ditch. We have video
Easily.
if we have the
Yeah,
capability of showing it.
Anyways, I'm just stating what I saw up there, that I could see a lot of water coming down Southgate and around. I didn't see any evidence of water coming off the property, into that area, except maybe on the other side of the driveway towards
On
Hess.
Lawrence
Yeah.
property, yes.
Anyways.
That's another major drainage.
Yeah, thank you.
Did you have any questions? Okay.
I have one.
Hold on.
last one.
Supervisor Brandon, did you have any questions? Okay, so I've got some, and then Kirk will go back to you. So I'm going to ask you the same thing that I asked Public Works. Originally, why were those culverts removed?
Those were installed when the original owner, I think his name was Peterson, there's Clay Peterson, it's his dad that owns the winery out here. He owned these properties. He had built 2 encroachments into the property. There were 2 parcels. We picked the high spot in the road, and we're hoping to be able to put the culvert across in the low spot at Laura Lane. It wouldn't even needed a culvert. Those culverts, which she wasn't here, I'll give her that, were plugged and damaged. They didn't work. That area has flooded ever since I've been there, and it's been over 20-some years that I've been working on that project. And they were removed just because they were plugged up. If you look at them closely, they didn't function. And we applied for a single encroachment at the high spot of the road Originally, I was gonna do a graded encroachment like we have around the corner. I think, you guys saw it, you never saw that one. And then while I was doing that, we're out in the road, very much like the other one. It worked pretty well. This last storms, it actually silted in and got debris in it, and it flowed it also. So, but I was worried about liability of a grate and a snowplow out close to the edge of the road. So that's when I met with Duke. I met with Brian Eaton. I met with everybody, and we came up together with this encroachment that's there. It's very critical, the height we put it. It still empties out. If you look at the pictures here, the water's flowing through it.
Okay, my question was about the culverts.
Okay, that's, okay.
Okay.
So they were
So,
removed
and
because
then, is it safe to say, I'm assuming that you removed the culverts?
Correct, they were, yes,
Okay,
because we got a new encroachment permit.
thank you. So, I wrote down everything that was in your amended proposal, and I'm just going to connect a few dots here.
Okay.
So your first one was to install a culvert at the bottom of Laura Lane. Where is the bottom of Laura Lane? What are you talking
The
about?
low spot, if you go back to,
Down near South Court?
yeah, there's a blow up of it on one of the handouts that it
You
was
want
in
to
your.
show us which handout it
Yeah,
is?
yeah. There's the low spot.
Well, where is that?
Blow up right there.
Okay.
John, you want to show them on a photo? If we get a photo up, maybe?
There. Just past the driveway. Okay, so just see the orange cone?
Yes.
Just past a little bit, you can see all the low spot in there. That's where the water flows across the road.
In front of the driveway.
Oh,
We're
sorry.
seeing Hess Road up beyond where that truck is that
Right.
correct?
Correct.
Okay, and so the problem ends up being at the driveway, it sounds like.
It's before the driveway, in the low spot. If you look at your,
That's the low spot below the driveway, and then the hole for the driveway is higher.
no. It wouldn't run, the water wouldn't run out if it was
It-
higher.
Yeah, it's a little bit higher. I noticed that when I was at the site.
Well, look at it with full of water. It runs out and completely empties. That is, it grades
Okay.
out. There's no, we're not higher than the low spot in
Well,
Hess Road.
I contend that the problem is still partly the result of putting that driveway in, which is not, we're not debating that today, but I just want to make that comment. I think it is part of the problem, the way the driveway was put in that has helped to create this
Well,
problem.
I beg to differ.
Well, we're not going to argue that today
Right.
because it's not what is before us. But I want to make sure I understand what your amended proposal is.
Right, to put a culvert over on that side.
Okay, and I understand too, you want to leave the riprap in even though you didn't apply originally for a encroachment permit.
Right, the
Okay.
owner, yes.
Okay. And then you want to put gravel along the shoulders of the road to avoid deterioration of the road. And that is all shoulders all the way up and down Laura Lane where it comes to the property in question. Is that right?
It's on that plan there. It's only on Laura Lane and a little bit around the corner on South Court. It's the one you have in your hand.
This one? Is it pink? Okay. I'm sorry to have to have
No,
you go
this
through
was
this,
great.
but I want to be able to visualize what you're saying.
Right.
And then add concrete at the head wall of the culvert. And where is the culvert?
It's the new one that they put in. It's downstream of that picture.
So it's coming towards me in the
Yes,
picture?
yes.
Okay.
I think if you look at the map here.
Can we get a picture of it? Where the riffraff is and the culvert?
18.
Are we able to look at the picture? Just where the riprap and the culvert is.
Supervisor Kirk, are you asking for your picture of the culvert
Right,
that the county
there you go.
installed?
Right here.
There's the culvert? Okay.
Where that pool of
Yeah, and
water
that's
is.
down from the driveway, going towards South Court.
And I'm sorry, that's what the county installed, the black plastic? Okay. You're talking about the other side?
The other side, yeah, it's
Gotcha.
right in there, yep.
And then you mentioned all of the damage and silt coming probably from the South Court area where the water flows down either on South Court or through the property in question. And your number 5 is to take care of that. You want to saw cut the road, add asphalt and concrete to control the water. So my question is, where would the water go if you did that? I mean, it's still going to come, so where's it going to go?
It's only the water that overflows your ditch on the east side of South Court, and we would be directing it around the corner on to Laura Lane and hitting our rip-wrapped ditch and going down and through your culvert.
Okay, so that
And
answers those
that's on the
questions.
orange in there. And mainly because the road's quite a bit higher and it's running over the road and coming and silting in and damaging the property. It's actually jumped the concrete curb fence that we poured.
Okay, yeah, I see that. I just want to be able to visualize everything you have said. Okay, those are my questions.
John, I think one of my only other questions off the top of my head is, at the beginning of all this, why not just apply for, or maybe I'm getting this wrong, why not apply for the encroachment permit for the riprap to begin with?
Well, Jeff, the owner, saw that the county, I just was given this, I guess that's a complaint from the Hardens or something. I haven't had a chance to read it. I just saw this myself with some photos. And it is, to answer your question, is that the county had installed the riprap around the culvert outflow and inflow. And the, Jeff thought it would be a great idea to stop the erosion on his property and didn't really realize that he would need a permit to do.
So go back to that photo again. So you're saying the rock by the culvert right here, that riprap was there?
No, this is a picture I just was given, I've never seen before. This is a complaint from the Hardens. If you guys look at that picture, you can see.
You have it right here.
This one? Oh, which? Thank you, sorry. Sure.
When the county had come out and put in their new culvert, which was desperately needed, and I want to say that all this water that's running through my property, underneath the property, in a culvert that we installed, all this water is not generated on my property. It comes from up South Court, down across the highway, into these culverts that are working very well. And as you saw that black pipe, it shoots out right there. And then shortly, maybe 5 or 10 feet down from that is another culvert that the county came and installed. This is the new 18-inch culvert. At that time, when they put in that culvert, they put in from back to maybe about 10 feet to the left of that plastic black pipe to 10 feet to the right. They filled that entire ditch area with this same exact riprap. The county put that in. We didn't put it in. Then they put more riprap on the other side of the highway, on the Hardin property, and then they trenched down about 100 feet. I never asked for any of this. This was done by the county. The Hardin family came out, saw this, and got very upset about it, of which they blamed me, and I had nothing to do with that.
When was this? What year?
This was a couple year and a half ago, maybe. I met with the daughter of the Hardin family, and she was irate about this. And she came to my front door and knocked on it, was very upset, and I explained to her that I had nothing to do with that culvert. The county came out, I didn't even know about it. They put it in, which I'm glad they did, because the culvert that was in there before was insufficient, so the water was even backing up and causing extreme erosion along the property line up against my very expensive concrete retaining wall. And I was very concerned about that. So I was glad to see that they put in a larger culvert. However, when the county put in all that large riprap on my side of the street and on their side of the street, I agree, I am guilty for not knowing better and needing to do an encroachment permit. I didn't know about that, so I will claim guilty to that. I simply ordered up more of the same material and lined the rest of the ditch to avoid any further erosion, thinking I was doing a community service, thinking I was doing something right. And, next thing I know, a complaint is filed and it got directed at my goodwill thing. And so, yes, I didn't apply for an encroachment permit. I am guilty of that, and I am willing to pay for the consequences of that. The problem we're having is that when we went back and tried to explain that the severe issue that we're having, which is all this presentation that John's trying to explain to you, is not caused from our development. It's caused from other oversights over the years that have resulted into this drainage issue. And we're simply just trying to relegate this. And the water, one way or another, is going to end up on the Hardin property. I'm sorry, it's just the law of
Okay.
nature.
So I have another question for you. The riprap that was placed around the culvert, it was just placed around it, right? It wasn't stretched out along the ditch. It was just,
No, it was not. It was about a 20-foot, I'm guessing, because this is just going by memory. I don't know exactly how long it was, but they put it in entirely in the ditch and around the exit and around the entrance, just like they did some on the other side at the exit of the culvert. And I thought this was something that the county, since they did it, would be approved. And I just simply was trying to avoid any further erosion. So, and as it turns out, it's been very effective and it's worked very well. Now, yes, it would hamper anyone coming through with a blade and trying to clean that out. But I have to beg to differ with comments that I've heard. I've been up and down and spoke with my mom over the years since she started developing this property. And I have to tell you, Laura Lane's probably one of the most neglected streets in this county. All you got to do is drive up and down it several times and realize all the potholes and the neglect of the street. It's very poorly maintained. They have not been coming out and routinely cleaning out that ditch.
Okay.
It has been eroding constantly. So I just simply was trying to do the right thing. And so the frustration is that we are trying to find a common ground. Yes, we can remove some of the riprap, we can make it look better. I agree that some of it was too big, too much, and we have to thin it out. And I can make it very appealing from an aesthetic standpoint, but it also serves a critical function to reduce the sediment coming through. And that's why we're trying to find an amicable solution here. And I'm willing to pull out my checkbook and fix a lot of these problems that really aren't my problem, but it is affecting my property.
okay, thank you. Seeing the time here, we're going to have to make a hard stop at 12:30. I don't know if we're going to be completely finished with this by 12:30, but I want to allow the public to come forward, see if there's any public comment. Okay, seeing none. Heather, do we have any communications via letters or email for the public record on this?
What was handed out to yourself and Mr. Ferriani is the only communication we received for this item.
Okay, and so for the record, that is a letter from the Alice C. Hardin Trust to myself and the Board of Supervisors regarding this meeting. So at this time, I wanted to request if the board, appellant, or department needs to respond to public comment. So we'll go in the order that we originally went with the presentations, and I will ask the department to respond to anything that has been brought up.
Okay, thank you very much. So first off, I would like to just reiterate that we have been trying to work with both the property owner and the developer since last year. I think you guys all know that we have never been to the board before as Public Works for a code compliance case. This is our first time in the 5 years that I've been here. So we usually try to come to some sort of agreement. We've been working with both Mr. Ferriani and Mr. Kaiser. I've been out to the site myself. We spent numerous staff hours on this. When our road superintendent, who is responsible for roads, and it may not look like that local road is well maintained, but is maintained like any other local road in the county, and we have the maintenance records to prove it, when he says he cannot maintain his road, then we have to believe him, and he says that he cannot maintain this with the rock in here. We are being asked to use public funds, public staff, to deal with a private property issue. I have in my hand here a topography map. It's a map from when the development was proposed along with soil compaction tests, I'd be happy to pass this around, we only just found it, that shows anywhere from 1 to 3 feet of fill from this entire site where the house is right to Laura Lane. So definitely the topography has been changed. But we really need to stay focused on the fact that this is an encroachment permit issue. So we have an ordinance code in place. We're the ones that usually decide what gets done in the road commissioner, the road superintendent. And when we have an encroachment permit process, it should be followed. And that's the only reason why we're here. Did you have anything else you want to? And drainage, yes, drainage, Blossom just reminded me, there are lots of drainage issues here. This property, as we understand, years ago used to flood. There used to be a pond on site that was actually permeable. It is no longer permeable. I understand that it's been lined, and one of the drains actually leads from an artificially filled pond, which can contribute to the drainage. We're not saying that we're closing off all communications about drainage issues, but we are not here to talk about the drainage problems that have been caused by South Court, Hess, or even the property development. We're here about this one thing on Laura Lane. Anything else? Oh, the only other thing, Blossom should be up here. The only other thing that Blossom wanted me to remind everybody is the culvert that they're asking for, which would concentrate water onto the Hardin property, would not be legal according to drainage law. So culverts existed back in the day and when the road was constructed and took into the county system in the 60s. But now to have water, if you've created water or you have water coming onto your site, you have to maintain it. And you can't direct concentrated water onto someone else's property. That would set the county up in an awkward position, if not a legal position.
And if I could just, I want to reiterate something that Kim said, is that we are really here focused on this violation, this corrective action that the Public Works Department is seeking. Clearly, there's a lot of complicated history here. There are drainage issues, and Public Works isn't saying that by correcting this specific violation is going to solve all of the issues. We're going to continue to work with this property owner. As far as the legality of a new culvert, I haven't researched that. I can't comment on that today. If new plans come in, new applications come in, we'll review those and assess whether they're appropriate at that time.
Thank you. Okay, your turn.
Well, as far as working with us, I was told to apply for what we wanted to do. I did, and I was denied. And I'm appealing that. And so I don't feel they're working with us. And as far as water being introduced by putting a new culvert, the water goes across the road in all major storms. It's a you can see it with the topography. It's the drainage. I would have loved them to do some investigation and find out if that was able to be done, because it would solve a county problem of flooding across the road. So I would ask them to, I would still offer to do what we're asking, but have them help us by researching and seeing how hard or what objections there would be to installing a culvert in that location, because there's obvious plenty of proof. We have videos and everything showing the water running across the road and going onto the Hardin front. We have videos showing it a foot deep on their property, going across the road and down through their property. That happens whether the culvert's there or not. They have a drainage area that if they go to develop, they have to protect it because it's supposed to be, as does the large one on the right side. So I am asking to have them work with us, try to get us, find out how they could allow us to put in that culvert, pay for it, and correct things for the betterment of the whole county. This is my county. I want it to be right, and this is kind of not making sense to me. Thank you.
Come on up to the podium, Mr. Kaiser.
Sorry. Now that we're talking about this Laura Lane thing and the comment about it being illegal to dump this water on this property, now that I have no idea about, but the water is going across the road, and it's coming from above Hess, it's coming down onto my brother's property, it's pooling up there, and it's going across the road. And I don't think there's been any fill on that side of the property. I know a lot of this fill they're referring to is up on the other side of the property where my mother's house was built, but there's just an empty field down there, and I believe that's fairly original to the property, that fills up with water and it floods over Laura Lane. And there is a natural, if you were to go out there and look, in fact, I think when this gentleman was out there, we all saw that the weeds were sort of bent in, and there's a sort of a slight little creek path that is from that area that flows down and joins into the other culvert. So I'm a little confused about how that could be illegal, that we're just simply trying to divert the water, or not divert it, but go under the road and tap into an already existing sort of natural creek that runs through that property when the rains come and all the property fills up and floods. And if that culvert was there, it would avoid drowning over the top of the road, and it would drain down that natural drainage path that's already on the property. So anyway, I just wanted to kind of add that, because it's making it look like the neighbors to the north are complaining about us dumping all this water that's generated on my property onto their property, and that's not the case. The case is this water's coming from everywhere. It's coming down through my property. It's going to end up down there anyway. So I don't know why this is such a problem, and I wish we could get some cooperation. You know, I have not gotten any offers other than, I think, waiving the penalty on trying to really find a solution that's going to help mitigate the corrosion and try and avoid, you know, all the problems that have come up with all this water that's coming down. So I'm open to it. I'm here in front of the Board of Supervisors pleading for cooperation. I'm willing to pay for some of this out of my own pocket. I want to make the road better for my neighbors, for myself, and so I'm willing to pay for the encroachment as well. I really am looking for cooperation, but we're frustrated because we're not getting anywhere, and we don't know what process other than to go through this appeal to get some action on this problem, because it is a big problem. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we've gone through the appellant and the department responses to public comment. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. And now it's time to deliberate, and I don't think in 5 minutes or 4 minutes we're going to make any headway. So I'm going to call for lunch, and then we will resume at 1:30 and finish off this particular public hearing. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. We're ready to resume our October 17th Board of Supervisors meeting. We were in the middle of our 11 o'clock public hearing, and I think we're at the point now where we're going to have the board deliberate on what was presented. Who would like to express their thoughts first? That part's closed. I'm asking for who would like to make their comments first. Yeah, go ahead, Supervisor Kirk.
It's to go, but we all need to go, so I'll go first. Okay, to me this is, and I'm gonna try and put my thoughts together because I got notes everywhere. I don't want to use a cuss word, so I'll say this is a crap sandwich. Because although I appreciate speaking with Fariani and getting information from staff, it's a crap sandwich. I went out there and I actually met with a local neighbor who does not know anybody. They've just been out there for 30, 40 years. And basically they confirmed a lot of what everybody's saying, which is there's always been water drainage issues in that whole valley area. It comes from all the roads. What's this road? South Court. Comes from the other side of South Court, comes down Hess, comes around this property. So part of what I want to say today is it doesn't really sound like there's going to be a fix for any of this. And I want to make it really clear because I kept hearing that if we were to if water was to be diverted off Laura Lane to the lot across the street, that would be illegal. But my understanding with talking to this neighbor is that water's always gone across Laura Lane. It's always made its way onto that property, whether there's a culvert there put before the driveway. There's already one after the driveway. It's all going onto that property. So it doesn't really feel like whatever we decide on, it's going to fix anything. What's before us today is really simple. Is there a violation that exists, which was rock was placed on the road right away? Yes, we all know there was a violation that existed. And I know that we're supposed to make a decision just solely based on, is there a violation? But to me, it's hard to sit here and hear all the information that was presented, talking to the neighbors, understanding the history of the property, understanding the history and the work that's been taking place to try and fix some of these problems. To me, it's more than just, do we say a violation exists and pull the rock out, even though that's the question before us. So I think the comments that I want to make is, yes, a violation exists, but I think the property owners are trying to keep sediment from building up and causing more damage to their property. I've heard that there's been, and again, this isn't part of the recommendation thing, but I've heard that there's been potentially some suggestions brought forward which we're not deciding on today from the property owner with staff. And so I think what I would like to recommend, and does it get, where's it imposed? Where's our options? Is this the option page, or do we have an option page? Because I know this is a recommendation, but do we also have the option to send things back to get some other things addressed?
You could request more information and reopen the
Okay.
hearing to get it. The issues here are fairly narrow, whether or not there's a violation and encroachment without a permit.
Okay.
And I'm hearing other matters that may not be relevant to this,
Right.
but may be subject to another process
Okay.
that the county has and may be more appropriate for another process rather
Okay.
than this hearing.
I'm going to try and make this really, really simple, because at the end of the day, I think what we're trying to do, John and them want to leave the rock so that we don't have sediment built up. My question to staff would be, if we have that riprap removed and sediment builds up and they're concerned about damage to their property, what would be the process for them to have that drainage area cleaned out, the culvert pipe? I think it's reasonable to say that they don't want that to cause further damage to their property, perhaps the road. Is there a process in place that we could have that cleaned up immediately if there was blockage, if there was buildup, if the culvert pipe was failing?
Yeah, we have a maintenance request process for all county-maintained roads. If you see that there is a cross culvert that's plugged, you just email us or contact us. We put it out on our press releases all the time, and you put in a maintenance request, and we'll address it.
Okay. And if a maintenance request was put in and there was damage done to, say, his concrete wall, would that fall on the county's liability, or would that? Because
No.
you can see from the photos, the erosion is creeping back towards that property line. It's creeping back towards that rock stem wall, or not the rock, but the concrete stem wall. So I'm just trying to put myself in their shoes. If they're starting to lose that, is there, will we basically have that cleaned right away
So the
to
right-
prevent property damage?
The right-of-way is for the public road and the maintenance of the public road, and their rock wall or their concrete wall is for their private property. If they're having erosion issues, they have to address it on private property, not within the road right-of-way.
Okay.
So I don't know if I'm answering, maybe, Cody, did you want to?
Also, we can't guarantee that a maintenance request is going to be when it's going to.
Yeah, I mean, we address all maintenance requests as we can get to them. It's not like it happens immediately, but
I think what I'm seeing is that them putting the rock against their property line, against that concrete, is their attempt to prevent any erosion, to prevent further damage to potentially go on their property. So if we ask them to remove that, and then now we're causing further, I know it's a road right away, but now it's affecting their property line. Where's that line of, we need to take responsibility at some point to make sure that there's not going to be further damage to their property? And I know that there's been conversation about them doing work, the driveway, but if we're not gonna, if we're gonna let that go, all I have to do moving forward with is what we have moving forward, which is, if we're gonna ask them to remove that rip rock and
I
they
think
start
that-
having erosion and it starts taking out their property,
I-
where are we gonna be responsible? Where are we gonna be a partner in preventing that?
A concern with the question, I think it may be okay to ask questions about the process, but if we're going to get into the factual parts of this case, I'd recommend reopening the hearing on a majority vote.
I'm not
and then
willing to do that.
Get the factual information. But if you want to limit the questions to processes that, may bear on it, but don't get into the facts, maybe that's okay. It may be safest to just reopen the hearing.
We're not going to reopen the hearing at this point. I'd like to hear what the other supervisors have to say.
Well, then, do you want me to finish up?
Yeah.
If we can't, I'm just trying to be very reasonable. If we are where we are and we ask them to remove that riprap, and it could potentially cause damage to his property line and his property, that's my concern. So what I would like is if there's been conversation about coming up with some other solutions, but it's not part of this because we're kind of segregating just this one question, does a violation exist? Yes, but the bigger picture is we have this huge mess of water that we're trying to divert, and we have people who are willing to write checks and do work moving forward to correct it. I'd rather see us address the whole issue, have John and the, last name?
Dr. Kaiser.
Kaiser.
Mr. Kaiser.
I'd rather have them meet with staff, meet with specifically Kim, Blossom, Mike Cognetti, come up with solutions that would be bigger than just as a violation exists, because I don't think we're accomplishing anything other than saying, okay, remove the rock and then he can do better drainage ditch work. But in the meantime, he might have property damage to his line and further beyond. So that would be my recommendation is put a timeline on coming up with the plan that they need to submit, but have it kind of be coordinated maybe with staff, so.
Thank you.
And I'll close it by this. This is not, somebody filed a code compliance case and you guys are having to deal with it. So this is not a knock on staff. This isn't a knock on opinions. I'm just trying to look at the totality of everything and try and help the situation. So thank you guys for what you're doing, and thank you, sir, for being willing to be a partner. It's very seldom that we get people who want to spend their own monies to fix erosions. I don't even need to take you at your word. I went and met with other people who have been saying for 40 years there's been water rushing through that area. So it's a problem that you just unfortunately inherited with living there. So
Thank you. Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair, and apologies, I have a bit of a squeaky voice, so you're going to hear the Barry White version of Supervisor Campbell today.
That's why you haven't been very talkative today, I understand.
Thank you very much, staff, and thank you to the appellant for being on top of this issue and bringing it to the board's attention. I'm very familiar, I haven't gone out with the appellants themselves, but I'm very familiar with the site. It's a beautiful house and a beautiful property. I drive past it every single day for the past 8 years, and so I've seen this particular section at various stages of during various weather events, and I've observed some of the drainage issues that have been described here in person. But I think we need to make sure that, and I also agree with Supervisor Kirk's assessment that this is a sandwich of not particularly tasteful ingredients. But we need to keep sight of what we're talking about here. So I believe strongly the permit process and the ordinance code exists for a reason, and it's to avoid this kind of confusion in the first place where there are neighbors complaining about what other neighbors are doing. There's right-of-way issues. That's why the permit process exists. And so really the issue before us is whether that process was followed. I don't think it was. And that the appellants have spoken to that it wasn't followed properly. And all we're asked to do today is to determine whether or not that violation occurred. Again, I believe it was, and then Public Works is asking us for direction to prepare the final abatement order, which to me, that's that discussion, Supervisor Kirk, that needs to happen between the appellant and the county for what is the process that will address the issue that will not impact the county right-of-way and will also make the drainage repair the drainage in such a way where it won't cause further erosion to the property owner's land, which is, I agree is important, but that's a separate conversation, and I believe that what we're doing today is creating the framework for that conversation to happen. I'm not a drainage expert, I'm not a contractor, I don't know about these things in detail, so I wouldn't know what kind of direction I should give you in that regard, but I do think that conversation needs to happen between the property owner and the county in the context of a final abatement order. And then it goes on to talk about correcting the violations. I think that needs to happen, and I think that there's a willingness there. So I don't really see a very large issue to approving the recommendation of what Public Works has brought for us today. And if we go by the process that exists in the county and the letter of law and what our responsibility as a board is, I think that we should approve of the recommendation.
Supervisor Goldenberg.
Okay. Obviously, it's complicated. It's not really complicated what we're charged with doing today, the violation. I think that's pretty open. What happened, the circumstances surrounding it, make it all not so easy. I really wish this didn't even come to the board today. I wish they'd work things out before it got to this point, because it was pretty easy for me to see just walking around there that there's other issues that are in place. But, you know, I hear what Supervisor Campbell just said. You know, we can make the determination of violation on the property, direct Public Works Director to, you know, prepare the final abatement order, but I would hope in between the processes us saying that a violation occurred and doing that a conversation could be initiated and, you know, look at it more realistically. Thank you.
Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. I appreciate being able to hear my colleagues on it. In listening to this, the problem I've had is some conflicting, I think, conclusions with it. I do want to appreciate, Ms. Kaiser, thank you for coming in and, as Supervisor Kirk mentioned, being willing to try and help work through this and solve that. That does mean a lot. A lot of times we get people come in and say, go fix my problem, and they're not willing to kind of pitch in for that. I think we've acknowledged that the violation does exist. It's within the road right-of-way, talked about that and being able to take accountability for that issue. I only come to an interesting point where we do have a road system right now, and this is kind of structural, where if there is an issue that's present in the erosion that I would, without saying that I want people to go and just start doing their own public works thing, I do recognize that I think the positive intent there to try and address a problem is not necessarily something that I would want to deter. It does seem that changes on the property potentially affected drainage. Some of the drain pipe that was mentioned in the presentation that was removed as well. And so that it puts kind of the responsibility there onto the property owner, but also what is the county's responsibility and capability to be able to maintain that. And it's complicated by the fact that this water, anything done here, is going on to another private property owner that's submitted this, which is adding another level of, you know, in addressing this issue, is it creating another issue for someone else? I know that this is narrow, but I'm having a very hard time taking just this element of it away from the rest of kind of that picture. So as specific to this, it does seem that the violation exists. In some capacity, it does seem the property owner is responsible. But I don't know that if removing the riffraff lining there from that culvert, does that yield a better circumstance? Is that simply putting back on us a cost to have to then go in and repair and do something expensive? So I'm not sure. I appreciate our Public Works Department and legal counsel, and I want to just remind everybody that comes to speak to the board too, to be respectful of all of our staff who operate under very difficult restrictions and with limited resources. That tone and that is very important to me. What my ideal out of this would be on the latter part for abatement costs and penalties. I just don't see this as a flagrant violation of stiffing the county and trying to cause a problem with that, even though recognizing this was not done the right way. I would hope if there is an option, and probably to council whether this is possible, is there a way to be able to waive abatement and penalties if there can be agreement between the two property owners that deal with this entire drainage, or to offer the option, with the improvements happening to that area and the road being in poor condition, and is there a possibility of a limited or partial abandonment of the existing public easement? This is not a major connecting road. It seems like it would be suited for becoming a private road. I guess the concern is if we have you remove this, we have to pay to fix it. If we don't remove it, but it's still a public easement, then we're having to maintain something that we didn't authorize to do that is a private improvement. And that kind of puts us in a catch-22. So I'm eager to hear what the chair has to say. I don't have a firm conclusion from that.
I can just state with regard to abatement costs, we cannot waive those, but for penalties, there is a process in place to request reduction of penalties. That's a separate part. That's not a part of this hearing. That would be requested of the department later, and that could come back to your board. So those are the rules regarding that.
If I may just ask a clarifying question on that. So it has staff further recommends the Board of Supervisors impose abatement costs and penalties per ordinance. So if we find a violation exists and there's some level of responsibility on that, does that give us any discretion? You mentioned we have to impose abatement costs. Are we able to either declare a public benefit or choose not to abate it?
Not at this hearing. The question is whether or not there's a violation. If so, by the ordinance, they're just mechanically imposed. The abatement costs will be collected, but as I mentioned, they can later request reduction of penalties. So this hearing, it's just going to be an automatic consequence. The department will issue the final abatement order, and then those other processes can follow.
If I could briefly comment on that question too of abatement costs and the public benefit question. The reason Public Works is asking for this violation to be corrected by removing the rocks is because that's what Public Works believes is best for the public right-of-way. And with regard to abatement costs, if the board does follow this recommendation and order that the violation be abated, it will give the property owner time to abate the violation themselves. And if that doesn't occur, then the county would have to abate the violation. It would be much more costly. So there is an opportunity to reduce the potential abatement costs moving forward based on how the violation's corrected.
Well, there's parts of being the chair that are great. I get to go last and hear what my colleagues have said, and there are parts that are not so great, especially when there are other issues than just the recommendation that is before us. And I think that's what we're all struggling with. And I, too, want to express my gratitude that you're the type of property owner that wants to do the best he can for your neighbors. So I want to say that up front. And I'm sorry that you didn't realize that putting that rock in the county road right-of-way was not something you should be doing. And so, yeah, I have to say that the violation did exist, and it's my understanding that all of that area is the county road right-of-way. There's no part of that past the fencing that you have there that is private property. Is that correct, Kim? Okay. And I don't know if this is possible, but a thought occurred to me during all the presentations that if some kind of a huge French drain was put in front of your property, in front of your fencing, maybe put that rock deep down in front of that, between your fencing and the house, if that might help. That might help some of the drainage that's coming through the property. I don't know. I'm just, and I'm no expert either. But if that riprap has to be removed, which it sounds like it's going to have to be, maybe there's another use for it that could be helpful. But like I said, I'm no engineer on that. But it does need to be on private property and not on public road right away. So with that being said, the property owner is responsible. However, and I was putting this, Chris, in the abatement or penalty phase, and it really doesn't fit either. I'd like the board to recommend that the property owner work with the county to mitigate the issues, at least in the area of the property in question, so that we come to a better place. And it's not just, yes, the violation exists, end of story, okay? I have a heart for the problems that exist, and I know we're not here to figure that out now. That's not part of this agenda item. Yet I feel a responsibility to be helpful in bringing all parties together and work out something that everybody's happy with, and we're not there yet. So I would just hope that would be part of the equation. And I guess those are my comments. So I am willing to entertain a motion.
Can I get some clarification? It sounds like, and I'm not going to put words in Supervisor Campbell or Goldenberg's mouth. It sounds like the three of us are kind of on the same page of, we understand there's a violation. There was an idea, which Ferriani brought up, about an appeal, some things that maybe they could work through as staff. So if we're going to make a recommendation at council, could we make that part of the agreement today?
To work through and mitigate?
Yeah, like, I don't know how that happened. I mean, it's like wishful thinking, but it needs to happen. Otherwise we're just removing a problem that is going to create another problem. There's nothing but problems.
One thing I want to emphasize is your board is making a quasi-judicial decision. It needs to be based on evidence in the record, and we have very narrow items for your board to do. And we don't recommend you go outside that, because there are other processes that exist to accommodate that. Those have their own, ends that may end up before your board or the courts. We have neighbors involved. There are just a lot of interests that going outside the boundaries today could affect. So we're recommending that your board, we realize, there are considerations. We want the parties to work together, but again, there's other processes where that's possible. You can direct staff to engage the appellants to do that, but I don't recommend it be a part of your motion and vote. I recommend that be based on what the department has on the screen there.
And what would that process look like? Is that what would they be filing on behalf of the county to start that process? What is that?
So if anybody wants to do work within the road right away for whatever reason, they need to follow the encroachment permit process. And then we review it to make sure there is no safety issue, there's no harm to the road. There's a variety of things there is a process in place for that, though.
Okay.
So
I think then what I'm asking is maybe to give, since we're here, like you said, you've been doing this for 5 years, we've never had one of these come before the board. I guess what I'm saying is if they were to apply for that, I would just ask, based on the history and it coming before the board, if we could get Mike, you, Blossom, to maybe, it just not be another over-the-counter, quick, nilly process, like go out there and try and work on a
So
solution.
just to be clear, we have been on this for a year. And
But it sounds like there's lots of other pieces, not just the rock drainage.
Absolutely, but it wasn't just a cold case of,
Sure.
because otherwise there'd be a lot of other things that we'd be asking for.
Sure.
So this is just about the rock, but there are other things where we could have said this is causing problems for the road right away. So we're willing to work, of course, when someone applies for an encroachment permit, if it's something that we don't agree with, because we think it's going to cause harm to the road, then we're not going to approve it.
Sure.
So of course, we're going to have to, it's not just, hey, they applied and we should just sign off on it. We have to
No, that's not what I'm asking.
ensure that the road maintenance is actually at the top most of our priorities. We're a public entity, so.
Sure.
And I need to correct myself too. Even direction of your board is not on the agenda today, so you can get information on the processes that are there, but even the direction to staff, I don't recommend that.
Okay. Just ignore everything I say, okay, Kim? Just ignore it.
A point of clarification on that then, since we have this on the item, we just talked about abatement costs, that there's the county abatement of it at pretty high expense, there's the owner agreed abatement through our county process, but the second part, the penalties, are we giving direction on the penalties at this meeting?
No, as I mentioned, that's just a mechanical process of the ordinance. If your board finds a violation, the department's going to issue that final abatement order and impose those as required, as the ordinance requires. Again, there's processes beyond that that may be helpful.
Okay,
But that's separate.
that clarifies that, thank you.
I was just gonna say, I don't perceive this to be a money issue. You know, that clearly the owner has stated and through Mr. Ferriani, they're willing to do different work, culverts, this, that. You know, and I don't think that's an issue here. You know, it's just trying to get the right thing done, and we can't do it all today in this setting.
With that, it sounds like from different kind of spots, we're all at the same position. So I'd be willing to make the motion to make the following findings: that a violation exists, the property owner is responsible, and that we would recommend staff impose abatement costs and penalties per the ordinance, providing a deadline by when the property owner must complete abatement of the violation, and we would direct Public Works to draft a final abatement order for the chair's signature.
I'll second.
And if I could, sorry to interrupt, your board as the hearing body needs to set that deadline. I don't think Public Works provided a recommendation, but we've discussed Public Works recommending a deadline of 2 weeks to remove the riprap, but that would be at your discretion.
Can I clarify on that and ask is there a clear time issue, weather or something like that that's coming up, or is the 2 week kind of just because it's been through the process?
I think mostly because it's been through the process, but I believe, Cody, if you can help me, there is a timing issue with the 15 days. What is that?
Under the ordinance code, the final abatement order is required that abatement commence within 15 days of the final decision, but the deadline that your board has discretion with regard to is the deadline for when abatement will be completed. So the final abatement order would need to commence within 15 days, but you could set any deadline you'd like to for completion.
I don't mean to nitpick. It sounds 15 days does sound very short, but
What's a reasonable amount of time, in your opinion, for abatement of this issue?
2 weeks? Okay, our road superintendent is saying 3 weeks.
Okay. I'll look to the appellant. Is that a reasonable period of time for abatement? Yeah, 3 weeks.
To commence, right? And
Yeah,
then,
to begin.
and then
No,
to
to
be
have a
done
beginning
by a
process.
certain amount of time after that.
It would need to, per the ordinance code, it would need to commence within 15 days, but the completion date is the date that your board has discretion on.
Okay.
I'll amend it if you need a month. I mean, this is not are we allowed to
Commence
ask them?
within 3 weeks and be done. 2 weeks is plenty? Just, and then be finished within a month's time.
I'll amend my motion to put the deadline at 30 days.
And I'll second.
Okay, it was moved by Supervisor Brandon and seconded by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, that carries 5-0. Thank you very much. You'll have to take it over here because we're done with this. Yes, thank you. Yeah, that's a good idea. We have something to review on item number 17 that we've already covered. We have to reopen item number 17 just for a ministerial correction. So Heather, if you'll please read that item again.
Item number 17, consideration of approving Animal Control Director Employment Agreement with Mike Mazook.
Hello, good afternoon again. Karen
Hi.
McGettigan, Human Resources and Risk Management Director. I was here earlier today bringing you the agreement for employment for Mike Mazook, Animal Control Director, and it was dated to start today. However, I've been advised by our payroll department that that will not be possible as he is switching bargaining units, and for that reason, we would like to change it to the beginning of a new pay period. So the start date would be Sunday, October 22nd.
So you would amend the recommendation to, how would you word that?
I don't have the agreement in front of me, but I would propose the term be changed with a start date of October 22nd, and it can be end dated on the same date, October, as it's written, October 9th, for the 5-year term.
Does anybody have that up on your screen, the recommendation and how it was amended?
Tracy, would you prefer to end date it through this new date through October
Somebody's gonna have
21st?
to make a
Would you like to amend the end date as well? Okay, so I am proposing it will start Sunday, October 22nd, 2023, and that the end date would be October 21st, 2028.
Okay, so the recommendation would read, it is recommended the board approve the employment agreement for Michael Mazuch as the Animal Control Director for a 5-year term beginning October 22nd, 2023 through October 21st, 2028 at the appointed salary range, step 156, step C, which is approximately $95,584.
Correct.
Per year. Okay, I do need to ask if there's any further public comment on this before I call for a motion. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board.
I guess I won't amend my motion. I'll make a new motion to approve the staff recommendation with the adjusted timeline.
I'll second.
Okay, so it was moved by Supervisor Campbell and seconded by Supervisor Goldenberg. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, thank you. That
Thank
carries
you.
5-0. Thank you. All right. So we have a 1:30 public hearing. And it's 2:10, so I think we should do that. What do you think? If you can read that, please, Heather.
1:30 p.m. public hearing, consideration of adopting Resolution 98-23, approving the State Community Development Block Grant Program CV2/3 amendment for funding under contract 20-CDBG-CV2-3-00170 and authorize the county administrator to sign all related documents.
And I hereby open up the public hearing.
Ready? Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Before you today is what we refer to as, except for what Heather read out, is the CDBG CV23 grant. Tuolumne County has received 2 of these grants. The first one was CV1, which we have gone through and expended as planned for all the tasks and items underneath that one. So before you today is a review of what we've been doing with CV23 and then asking your board to approve the resolution to amend the grant agreement. So on September 1st, 2021, the county received CDBG 23. It was part of the COVID response to assist counties in looking after various programs and projects to help people as a result of COVID. At that point in time, the original grant we received was for $739,534, and it went to the ACA's Housing Stabilization Program. Shortly after that, the State of California Housing and Community Development extended the deadline. And then they also came back and said, you know, if you would like to amend your grant, you're more than able to do so. And at that time, we had talked to ATCA. They were having some issues in regards to getting the funds out for the Housing Stabilization Program. They weren't needing as much of it as they thought, and they thought they could reduce that amount at that point in time. So the county came back with the following augmentations or amendment to our original grant application. So at that time, the amendment including housing stabilization, hotel vouchers, the food bank parking lot, food bank operations, and then the enrichment center, we were going to do a generator for that building. That amendment was ran by your board and approved and submitted to HCD and approved by them. After several months, the state was hearing from several of the applicants that had received CV23 money and had been asking for an extension. HCD has said, no, we're not extending the deadline. Right after HCD had told all of us that, and we're all scrambling to try to get the money out and get it awarded and get the projects done, HUD came by and said, never mind, we're okay, let's extend the deadline. But when they came back and extended the deadline, they also came back and said, look, anyone who has more than 2 projects within their CV23 grant, we want you to eliminate some of them. We're not going to take away your money. We just want to limit it. We weren't allowed to have you have so many projects underneath the one grant. And at that point in time, staff talked to HCD, and we realized that we could do some adjustments. We didn't like it, but we were willing to take off the enrichment center generator. It doesn't mean that it's not needed. It doesn't mean that Rebecca and her staff at HHSA are not going to find other funds to do it. It's just we had to eliminate something, and when we looked at the list, that was the item of least priority, shall we say. It's hard. It's picking among your favorite kids, right? And so what staff is proposing to you today for the final amendment is for housing stabilization to keep $200,000 towards that. And ACCA staff feels that that's the right amount for them to be able to get all the funds expended before the deadline. We increased the amount for the food bank parking lot. That project was, the cost estimate for that was received about 2.5 years ago, and since then prices have gone up. So we know we're going to need more money in that one. And then food bank operations, we're able to inject money into that project. So before you today, staff is recommending that your board hold this public hearing that you're having, received input on the grant contract CDBG CB23-00170, and approve the accompanying amendment for this contract. And I'm here to answer any questions you have.
All right, thank you. Questions for Ms. Frank?
Yeah.
Supervisor Goldenberg.
Yeah, thank you. Understand everything you said, that's fine. I did have questions regarding the resolution, though. The resolution in the packet, the front page, first page, shows existing provision, which matches what the memo says, but the back page has subsistence and rapid rehousing instead of housing stabilization. Does that make
No, this is this. So the first one you're referring to, the first resolution in your board packet?
right?
Yeah, that
So
is
that-
right, it won't make a difference with them. We can, if you want, we can make that change to be consistent.
Yeah, just a cleanup. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. That's all I have.
Supervisor Brandon?
Great, thank you. On the housing section, it was little more comprehensive in the original reference section, the original thing we put in, comprehensive. I mean, it had a lot more options under it. Looks like the amended provision is for subsistence and rapid rehousing. Is it not going to include kind of deposit assistance and other things like that? Or?
No, it will include all of those things. That's just short speak for
Okay,
what ACTA's program is.
okay, great. Thank you.
So I don't have any questions. The rest of the board doesn't have any questions, so I'd like to call for any public comment at this time. Seeing none, I'll bring it back. Final comments and recommendation.
I have no comments. I'm just ready to make a motion if. Okay, I'll make a motion, move to adopt Resolution 98-23, approving the State Community Development Block Grant Program CV 2/3 amendment for funding under contract 20-CD BG-CV2-3-00170. And authorize the county administrator to sign the documents.
And I need to kind of butt in here because I forgot to close the public hearing, so I'm going to do so right now. And then honor that motion that was just made. And do I hear a second? Okay, it was moved by Supervisor Goldenberg and seconded by Supervisor Brandon. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We are on number 16, aren't we? Okay. Heather, if you'll please read that.
Item number 16, consideration of 1, approving member appointments to the Airports Advisory Committee, and 2, changing the membership to a combined classification of Pine Mountain Lake resident/user for 2 applicants representing the public on the Airports Advisory Committee, and 3, requesting the change of membership requirements be updated in the annual update of the local governing body's handbook.
Welcome.
Good morning, Board. I'm Drew Nearcher. I'm your airport manager.
Now, is this your first presentation to us? Your first item?
I believe so.
Welcome.
Thank you. Before we begin, we do have one red line item. We've amended the Pine Mountain Lake Airport user, and we've combined it with the Pine Mountain Lake Airport resident/user, and they will be the same term. That being said, on August 8th, 2023, your board voted to establish an Airports Advisory Committee and directed the board clerk to post a notice of vacancy. A notice of vacancy was posted for the members of the public and applications have been received. Your board has a copy of the submitted applications for each appointment respectively that have been received as of Thursday, October 12th, 2023. We recommend that the board appoint the following members of the Airport Advisory Committee: 2 Board of Supervisor members, a resident of the surrounding community of Columbia Airport, 2 Pine Mountain Lake Airport residents and users, 1 Columbia Airport tenant, a fixed-based operator, and 1 Columbia Airport user. And you guys should have a copy of all the applications redacted.
So does that conclude your presentation?
Yes.
All right. Just want to make sure that we weren't pausing to check on something. All right, so before us, we have the resident near Columbia Airport, the resident from Pine Mountain Lake, the Pine Mountain Lake Airport resident/user, 2, Columbia tenant, 1, and Columbia Airport user, 1. And I'm going to start with Supervisor Brandon, since he has all the Columbia folks in his district, and ask for your recommendations.
Thank you. And this is for, just to reiterate, the Columbia Airport term for the surrounding community, the first item, right?
Yeah.
Great.
I would actually appreciate you just going over all of the ones that involve Columbia and be specific. Yeah.
I can do that. I want to thank everybody that applied, read through every single application that came in. Some of them did not have a lot of info, but a lot of other people were very well qualified, and it was difficult to choose. In this particular one, because we have the airport planning document coming back, I emphasize two things. I wanted to see people that had service, particularly with family, youth, kids, community, and I wanted to see business experience to analyze some of the opportunities that are coming in, work with Public Works, work with Drew, to be able to take advantage of that. So for the first section, I recommend Adam Artzer, a lot of experience in aviation business. I also, for the Columbia Airport tenant, this was a very, very difficult decision, but I wanted to recommend Jim Stanger. I think both of those applicants were very, very well qualified, and either could do that role very well. And then lastly, for a Columbia Airport user, recommending Mark Banks, who has been a longtime supporter of the Columbia Airport and on the Land Use Commission, as well as a local business owner.
All right, and that just leaves the Pine Mountain Lake Airport resident user. Is that correct? Okay. And my recommendations would be for Joe Sobczak and Jeremy Zadoni. I don't know how to say his, Kathleen's husband, Jeremy. I don't know how to say his last name very well. Those would be my recommendations, and I'd like other board input if you have any.
I think those are good nominations.
I'm sorry, Joe Sobczak, and Jeremy Zadodny. Both very active in Pine Mountain Lake at the airport. And Supervisor Goldenberg, did you have any comments on that?
I'm fine with the recommendations as noted.
Thank you. Supervisor Kirk.
No, I'm fine, other than the only one I was thinking maybe for the surrounding community would be Wilhelm Edwards. I wasn't sure if that crossed your mind, just because of his flying career. And then on another note, I've dealt with Adam Artzer before. I'm fine with people being very critical of me, but I've reached out to him to have conversations, but he's never reached back to have conversations. So I wish that if a supervisor reached out to somebody, to engage, and they didn't, I wonder if they're going to be engaged on this committee with conversations. So that's my only beef with Adam. But William Edwards, with his flying career and his experience, I would rather take Edwards over Artzer. But it is, it is to sit on the Columbia. So I'm just bringing that to your attention. So thoughts on that?
Yeah, I can respond to it. I definitely did consider that Wilhelm, or however would we pronounce that, definitely brought in a wealth of experience from his military career. I think the distinction I made with it is that Adam had experience in commercial operations locally in Oakdale. With the planning process, I thought that would be useful, but I do understand. I would probably still support Adam with it, but I would direct all of them, one, they need to show up to these meetings, because if they don't and we have stuff happening, I'll be the first one to try and kick them off if they miss 3. And the second is that they really should try to meet with us and make sure that they're communicative with it. I think that's just more relevant experience with it, but I do want to recognize that. You're right, that was a hard choice in that, because he was flying for years and years and years and years too.
Well, I would just say, if you've chosen Adam, go for it. But if he's not responsive, like anybody, if he's not responsive, I have people with lots of experience, maybe look into that. But then also just keep an eye out as far as the way he communicates with other people, because as a supervisor, it's been frustrating reaching out to him to engage. He'll criticize, he'll say lots of things, and then when you try to engage with him, he goes silent. So I like people who want to engage, be upfront, not just hide, on Facebook. So thank you.
So at this time, I'll go to public comment to see if anybody has any opinions or ideas on these choices.
Well, I always oppose the selection of a member of our community who was one of the founding fathers of the state of Jefferson movement, because I don't need someone who doesn't want to belong to the county or the state trying to speak on my behalf as a resident of the county. And in response to Naya's statement, I don't need somebody who's going to be a horse's ass either. So I want someone who's going to show up to the meetings, be professional, and be concerned about the community of the county as a whole.
Any other public comment? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board for final comments and a motion.
I'll move on recommendation with those who are selected.
I'll second.
Okay, we've had a motion by Supervisor Kirk and a second by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Carries 5-0. Thank you. Thank you. All right, where are we? Yeah, 18. Thanks, Heather.
Consideration of approving an agreement for the Yaney Building remodel design services with Ionakis in the amount of $761,225.
Good
Welcome back.
afternoon. Thank you. I'm back. So before you today, for your consideration, is an agreement with Ionakis to do the design work related to the remodel of the Yaney Building. As your board was aware, back in November 2021, when we were notified by the state of California that they were going to be moving out of both of the historic courthouses, Tuolumne County started in on doing a space needs study or a test fit. And in that contract that we had with Ionakis, they looked at several of our buildings, including the Yaney Courthouse. From the work that was conducted, Ionakis did, we then released in May of 2023 an RFQ for design services for the remodel of the Yaney Courthouse. At the time of the deadline for the proposals, the county received 3 proposals for architectural services. They were NJA Architects, Ionakis, and Trenner HL. We then developed a review committee consisting of Brian Bell, your chief building official, Eric Earhart, the assistant county administrator, Ed Hogue, your facilities director, Leah Morales, who's your purchasing and contract management analyst, and myself. We reviewed and ranked the proposal based on the criteria contained in the RFQ, and from that we determined the top 2 firms were Trainer HL and Ionakis. We invited both firms in to ask them more detailed questions about how they would approach the project, what would be their scope of work, what would be their timing, what staff would they commit to this project. After the interview, the review team sat and met and discussed both of the answers that we heard and what was the information that was contained in the proposals, and we selected Ionakis to do this work. Over the last several months, county staff has been working with Ionakis to refine the scope of work and really look at the timing and the cost proposal that was submitted with it. As staff, we've decided to divide the phase of work into two phases, if you will. The first phase will be taking us through schematic design all the way up to the bidding. And then the second phase of work will take us from that bidding process all the way through the end of construction. What I've put into your memo that you have before you today is kind of each of the phases or each of the tasks: schematic design, design development, construction documents, agency review and approval and bidding, that's the first phase, and the timeframes for each of those segments. I've also included the second phase, even though that's not before you today for your consideration, just so you understand what will be coming before you for second phase for consideration. This construction administration will take the 12 months on a cost of $228,975. The agreement before you today is for $761,225 for the first phase of this work. It will be paid out of your capital budget, the courthouse rehabilitation line item. And just as noted in your memo, this will be the first project or the first task, this agreement will be, that in which we will be borrowing from the internal loan program in the county. County Council has reviewed and approved to form the attached agreement for these design services, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Great, thank you. Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. So when we had initially, I think, scoped this out in the first authorization there, I was under the impression, in addition to space needs, that was covering the architectural construction process. And so now we have the second kind of level of that to actually go through with a lot of the plans we've been discussing.
So Supervisor Brandon, the first contract that we let out was to do a fit test. Just tell us how much space we have, what's usable as far as the space, and what we could do with the various buildings, and what departments or what programs within those departments would fit into those buildings. And so for the Yaney building, we kind of had an idea of some of the various departments or programs that we wanted to put into that facility, and that's what we had Lionakis do. Would we fit there? And that's all. They did no design work.
Okay, and I guess to ask maybe a obvious question in it, but is this $760,000 is a lot? Is it necessary to do this, or can that go directly to basically hiring contractors to do some of the work, not the elevator and such, but facade or putting a door or something like that?
No, because we don't have, so in the workshop that we had the previous week, we as a team were looking at spaces, we're looking at walls that we could touch and we couldn't touch. And so now what we need to do is take those preliminary, if you will, very loose ideas and plans that we have and get them to a point where they're refined and actually put to paper. And then we have to add the various layers, if you will. So the mechanical, the electrical, the plumbing, there's some of each of those that needs to be taken out. And there's some that, there's a lot that needs to be upgraded or put in, if you will. So there's a lot of layers of plans that we need before we're even eligible to go out to bid.
Okay, and that would be the requirement before we put out the bid for the actual construction that people can apply for, contractors and firms. Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Well, I want to hear what the rest of the board said. I think I'm just always hesitant and skeptical to make sure we're not buying paper. I know that this is a traditional practice in most areas, but also being aware of our resources.
Absolutely.
So, I know you do a great job. It's not meant to be critical at all of that. Thank you.
So to that point, staff did, your workshop that your board did a week and a half ago, save county dollars. We went in and did something that's usually not done until after we're under this contract, under schematic design. And because of the work that we did, we were able to save on the overall contract amount. So staff really tries hard to get those numbers down, just like you and the public look at that and say, whoa, right? There's probably other words, but yeah. And it's anything that staff can do to lower that cost, please know that we're going to be doing that. Yeah.
All right, I'm not seeing any other questions from the board, so I'll ask the people here in this boardroom if they have questions or comments. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I don't know if it's evening, morning, or what. I've been here since 9 o'clock.
You've been here all day. Thank you for being so patient with us.
My name is Sharon Maravich. I'm representing the Tuolumne Heritage Committee. This agreement with Lionakis will lock in for uses for our historic courthouse that are not a good fit and fail to recognize the significance of the historic building and the Superior Court unit. The Tuolumne Heritage Committee repeats its position that there are other office uses that better utilize the space that's available and also respect the heritage character of the inside of the building. You have plenty of time to review the space. You have plenty of time to review the idea of putting the fourth floor offices in our courthouse. The budget for this project currently stands at over $11 million, according to Lionakis' own report, and that there's apparently no indication from staff that this money is available now or in the near future. You apparently are doing an internal loan to pay for this to pay for this work. This pause gives ample time for the professional review and of other and perhaps less costly and less invasive uses, and is an excellent opportunity to tap public comment with stakeholders, which is just about everyone in Tuolumne County. Who else would have asked what other alternatives are available than the ones that you have before you? Lionakis' work to date clearly indicates that there's need for further review. Also, where was the transparent and inclusive outreach to stakeholders and citizens that the county touts so highly? Where are the comments from the Historic Preservation Review Commission, which by ordinance must be consulted regarding this project? Any information gleaned from these processes would have been invaluable to you as you began your discussion on this project. We maintain that this is a legacy project of the people of Tuolumne County and is not just another move in the county's never-ending search for adequate and economical office space to accommodate expanding government services. Please pause this juggernaut-type push toward the end of the courthouse as we know it. Give the HPRC its mandated requirement to comment, embrace the public with inclusiveness and transparency, and step back and ask yourself, can we do better by this landmark? The Tuolumne Heritage Committee seeks justice for the courthouse.
Thank you.
And I support Sharon. I reiterate my position that this whole thing has been kind of a sham, and I think you all decided what you wanted to do. And unfortunately, I felt like Lionakis, who I've always respected, was given their marching orders that whatever they came up with had better match what the vision was. And there was no public outreach, no public inclusion. That workshop meeting excluded most of us who were here because you couldn't really see anything, and it was a little hard to hear. And if this is the most iconic, landmark in Tuolumne County, it deserves more respect, and the public's opinion and how they feel about this should have been sought in more ways than it has been. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for comments. Supervisor Brandon.
Thank you. I just had a question to Mo or our CEO or whoever. If you could walk us through, because I know this is brought up, and to my knowledge, we have had this presented at HPRC on a couple of occasions, and we've had some public meetings. Can you walk us through some of the public steps that have been taken with this to get that feedback?
I apologize. I am stepping into this project and taking it over for someone else who had it. I know that he did attend at least two or three, I can't remember, HPRC meetings. He invited and took HPRC members that wished to through the building and talked to them about both the elevator and the interior of the courthouse. And then once I took over the project, I was slated to go in front of the HPRC. I had 3 items for them. One was the elevator project, give an update on where we are and what was going on with that, Washington Street Courthouse, and then, of course, Yaney Remodel Project. Unfortunately, they did not reach a quorum, so that meeting was not held. And so we weren't able to, staff wasn't able to talk to them directly. I did have a meeting with Sharon Maravich, though, one-on-one. So, sorry, I don't know if.
Yeah, so there was at least two presentations. Unfortunately, there's the chicken and the egg thing, we want to give the information, but sometimes we also don't have the information to share until we do some of this work. So it makes it difficult. We can't share plans until we know the plans, but remember, it was a previous board who gave the original direction for this, and this board who has shared that vision. So staff is just acting on that. I know that I also met with Mrs. Maravich myself personally, which she was, I will say, just as disappointed talking with me about the direction I've been given as what she's expressed in here. And I know that Eric had met with her individually as well, as in addition to Mo. We did not do anything separate from board meetings, which is our typical way that we do public outreach. We didn't do community meetings. We did not do any of that.
Okay, thank you. I guess I didn't want to disregard the comment there, but in talking with the person who was running this, what I had understood from that was throughout the last year or so, or couple years really, a number of times it was, well, this is going to the committee or meeting with this group of the committee or the elevator in particular. Plus, we've had a number of meetings about the planning documents for this, initiating them, hearing them. We had our kind of public tabletop as well. We're here for another one as well. I would certainly love to see, I think, more public input into this. And I've tried to talk to people about it too, but it hasn't always been there. We've seen some attendance at these areas or at these meetings. I think the opportunities have been provided. I do think that there's a need to make sure that this building lasts, and the best way to preserve a building is to use it. And I think buildings adapt over time. That doesn't mean that you change the history or the architectural style and that, but the use does change. It might be a historic residence, but different people live in there and they do changes to it. Right now, I don't want it to become another Tuolumne General, and I think that's on the path. It is expensive, and I'm very curious and interested in what we're applying for to make sure we do pay for this, but do we want to let this sit with the hope of it being this kind of ideal monument to our history, but not necessarily have a way to pay for that and to keep it in use and to keep it maintained? That's a big concern to me. If we're not putting them to use, they tend to decay and they tend to get worse, and I don't want that to happen.
Supervisor Campbell.
I concur with Supervisor Brandon's comments, and he brought up Tuolumne General Hospital, and that's a perfect example of what we're dealing with here. But there are other examples that we can draw from, and I think it behooves us to draw from those examples. And the one I would choose is the Sonora Dome. It's a structure that also has, if there's one competitor for the most historically significant building in the county, apart from the courthouse, it would be the Sonora Dome, valued at $5 million. But when the school district stopped using that building, there was no plan with what to do with it afterward, and the cost to restore it has ballooned, and this is in 2020 dollars, ballooned to $7 to $10 million to restore that building. And so now we're at this position where it's easy to make the argument and say it's too expensive, we need more time, but there will never, and there has never been a better time to restore the courthouse. If you've walked through that building, it clearly needs a lot of love and care. It is not in a move-in ready state. Something will have to be done to restore that building one way or the other, or it will continue to deteriorate, and that effort will cost money. Part of the reason for the calculation to utilize some of those offices as county offices is that will help offset some of those costs by eliminating some of the rented office space that we have in the county. So if we look at, the price tag over $700,000 for 761 for this study, first of all, it's we can't proceed with construction without this document in a reasonable way. So it's very much a hurdle that we have to jump in order to get to any kind of restoration. But that cost is going to be offset down the road if we can eliminate some of the rented office space, for example, where we're renting the space where IT resides, or some of the social services reside, or some other offices throughout the county. We're spending $500,000 or more on some of these offices. And so that's money that's going directly back into the pockets of taxpayers in the form of services that they're going to be provided. So I think this is a good thing, not just for the historic preservation of the courthouse, although that is at the forefront in my mind. I think it also makes a lot of fiscal sense for the county. But it has to start somewhere, and this is where it's going to start. Now, ideally, it would have been great to start this process, I would say, when the old court, when the Superior Court was still occupying the building. As soon as they told us they were going to build a new court, we could have started this process. But there's no time like the present. So the longer we wait, the more the building will deteriorate, the higher the costs for restoration will be, and the more effort like this will have to go into finding a way to utilize the space. So I'm in favor of moving on this contract. I think Lionakis has done well by us in the past. They have a proven track record, and while I know people see that price in it, there's a lot of sticker shock there. Think of what the costs will be if we do nothing. Eventually, the cost to restore it, if the roof caves in or something terrible happens, will be tens of millions, and I'm not exaggerating. I mean, we only have to look to the Sonora Dome to understand how high these costs can be to truly restore a historic building. So I'm in favor of proceeding with this contract without delay.
Thank you. Supervisor Kirk.
It's more just a question. I agree with a lot of what Campbell and Brandon said. My question would be, Sharon, the historic preservation, they're bringing some concerns, bringing some ideas. Is it too late to incorporate any of those as we move forward? I wasn't here for that planning session. I was home with the new baby, but
Right.
Just curious.
So for example, in the work session that we had a week and a half ago, one of the ideas and one of the things that was brought up during public comment was they would really like to see the old courthouse on the third floor be preserved, and that we were going to open up that and include the jury room as part of the board council. And what we decided to, after hearing comments from that, your board decided to leave the jury room as is and leave the courtroom as it is, and try to make as little as modifications as we can, but still be functional and operational as board chamber.
Okay.
So
there's already
absolutely.
been some consideration. I think that's my main
Yes.
concern, is speaking with her, making sure she's, CAOU we are where we are. We can't go back and correct it, but if we can make sure that we're appreciating their opinions and hearing them out and incorporating where we can, I appreciate that, so.
So, and staff will continue to make this promise to you, and I say the word continue because, as you heard from Tracy and myself, we have been talking to HPRC, so I plan to be on their agenda as often as I can, and will be able to give them updates on not only Washington Street, but also Yaney, which is before you. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mel.
Thank you. Supervisor Goldenberg.
Thank you. Well, as we've heard, part of this is looking to use the building, and I think that's very important. I've seen a lot of historical buildings that have been used all over the world, and it's good. Saving the county some dollars, by getting out of leases, that's a positive aspect. When we went through our session and we talked through the fit test, we did a lot of discussion about the third floor and the other floors and all the vaults, and even looked at the heat registers and quite a number of items that we looked at and considered and agreed that we would try to preserve. Maybe not each and every one of them, because some of those things might be right where a wall goes, like one of the heating things, but it might be able to be just moved down, a little bit. My concern, would be towards the future, right? So we've got, these, looking ahead, and I don't recall the Lionaka's $11 million document. I remember costs on the elevator, I think, was 1.7.
1.6 was the elevator,
1.6, okay. So I guess that $11 million is, I'm hearing that the first time from, I don't know if that documents that, but it's a little bit of a sticker shock if that's the case.
I know what Eric had relayed to me was Lionakis had told them, you take the construction documents and you multiply it, is it by 10? Is that what that was?
I don't
And I wasn't in those meetings. However, they also acknowledged that these construction documents are more expensive because of the nature of this building, so that might not correlate to be the same. Plus, we're not completely tearing apart this building and putting it back together. We're mostly putting in walls and trying to keep everything in place that we possibly can. So the construction documents are also more expensive because of the nature, but that means anything they change, everything because it's historical must be documented in all of that. So
Right.
that's part of that. So I don't have a cost estimate for you. Once we get done, that's what these construction documents will be used for, to get a construction estimate too.
Yeah. And thank you for the, information there. It's just $11 million on a remodel seems to be pretty stiff price. And how are we going to fund that? I mean, right now we're talking, fairly low numbers here, but okay, that's all I have.
Supervisor Howe, I just wanted to remind the board that during the special board meeting, I let you know that we had about $3.5 million out the door. And I asked the board if they were ready to commit to that before we even started the meeting that day. So it was 1.6 for the elevator and another 1.5 or so for construction documents, construction management, all of that. So I did provide, almost, $3.5 million of cost before we even got into construction. So just as a gentle reminder that, we kind of knew there was going to be some sticker shock. Don't have the construction costs yet, but as soon as we get this done, we'll have a better idea. And then we'll start looking for ways to fill that need.
Well, and those documents included the ones we're going to get for design, and it's been greatly reduced. So we can't really rely on that estimate at this point. The point I want to make is that a journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step. I forget who said that, but it's true. And we have made our first steps, and we're not going to stop. I do very much appreciate Ms. Maravich and the HPRC. They help keep the integrity of the buildings, and especially something as important as our courthouse. She helps make recommendations that are at the forefront, I think, of every single board member's mind here. And I want to put you at ease. You had said something, Sharon, about the heritage character. And I don't think there is any intention or even idea from this board that we are going to corrupt that. We need to keep that heritage character of this building. Yet we have practical uses that need to be, this building needs to be utilized, and also fiscal considerations, getting us out of leased and rented buildings that cost the taxpayer money. So how do we put this all together? The answer is we do the best we can, and I think we have, through a series of all sorts of meetings over the last couple of years, it seems like it's been, we have asked for the public input along the way, albeit it is our own process, usually at board meetings. However, if the public was really that interested, I'll tell you, they come out when we talk about homeless, they fill this room. So if they were truly interested, they would have been here. And we are left as the board for the county to decide how best we need to use this building, keeping in mind its heritage, and how we want to preserve that. So I recommend that we do approve this agreement, and I will entertain a motion. It sounds like the rest of the board feels the same way.
Chair, I'll make the motion to approve the agreement for the Uni building remodel, design services with Lionakis in the amount of $761,225.
I'll second.
Okay, it was moved by Supervisor Campbell and seconded by Supervisor Goldenberg. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposition? Any abstention? Okay, that carries 5-0. Thank you. All right, we have other business, number 19.
Item 19, consideration of approving the cancellation of the regularly scheduled Board of Supervisors meeting for November 21, 2023.
Okay, Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office. This item is before you today because the week of Thanksgiving, your staff is recommending that we cancel that regularly scheduled board meeting. And remember, the second Tuesdays, we do those as special board meetings as they're not part of the ordinance. So your board a majority of you will be at CSAC. So there will not be a meeting on the second either, but that's not included because it's not part of the ordinance. So we are asking your board to consider canceling the November 21st board meeting.
So I will ask the people in the audience if they have any comments about this before I go to the board in this case. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. I don't think anybody has questions, but if you do, just use this time right now.
I only have one comment. There are some pressing issues. I know everybody who's on line has probably also seen that issues we're dealing with in Rawhide Bridge, and I'm sure we have these each in our district. I'm just concerned about the potential of any logjam created from 2 meetings being canceled within November. So I wanted to direct that to the CAO and how we're handling that. Are we going to be canceling this and subbing in another meeting? I want to make sure that that stuff doesn't get backed up, and when we have that ordinance ready too, we aren't backed up on things we have to hear.
Yes, so right now we are watching that. We don't have a backup right now of items because we have our department heads key their items into the agenda system as early as they can. So we are not seeing that happen, but we are recommending we do all 3 board meetings in December. So, and they all fall plenty of time to not be, I don't think we'll have an interference with lack of staffing availability due to the holidays with the way that, I think the 3rd Tuesday is on the 21st, I believe, on 19th, sorry, 19th, that one's the 19th in December.
19th.
Yeah, the November's 21st. So we still have plenty of time, but we are recommending we keep all 3 of those, the 2 regular and the 1 special, to accommodate for this. And we should have plenty of availability for staff since it's so much before Christmas, a week before.
And the special meeting in December, normally we keep that somewhat topical. Is that going to be more or less a substitute for a regular meeting and have a number of items on that agenda to keep up?
If we need it. If we need it.
It sounds like that's just going to be not a special meeting, but another scheduled regular meeting.
Yeah, you
type.
will have a board member who is not going to be present for that second meeting due to something that's been scheduled on an annual basis. And so I'm not sure, we'll see what's lining up, but right now I know that Sarah's already told us an estimated date, and I can't remember what date. Is that November 7th, Chris, for the first reading and discussion of the Clean and Clear? Do you remember?
Is that what you're talking about?
No? Okay, he doesn't know.
Yeah,
We'll
that's
find
my
out.
particular concern with that because of the timeliness of it. And it's been a huge issue.
Yeah, she's not ready before then, and then you would normally have a certain period in between, which would be again in December.
Okay, that addresses my concerns.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other comments? I'll entertain a motion.
Move on staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Okay, it was moved by Supervisor Brandon and seconded by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Carries 5-0. Okay, so before we read the closed session items, let's do reports. Heather, do you have a report? How about Chris? Do you have a report from County Council? Okay, Tracy?
I just have a couple of quick things. The first one is, and you've seen him, we do have our new Assistant County Administrator, Roger Root, who was formerly our IT Director. So if you haven't got to spend any time with him, I encourage you to do so. So he's been fitting right in and jumping into the midst of everything. And then a while back, I had sent you where the previous Assistant County Administrator, Eric Earhart, had applied for an award for essentially digitizing, computerizing to make everything a little more transparent. We were awarded that. It was kind of hush-hush for a bit, but we did get it. We do have the award and the plaque, and it's in our office. So just thankful for all the work that everyone has put in to make these types of things happen. And again, for those who are listening, people who are interested in looking at county finances and budget, that portal, if you go into it, the budget portal, it also is updated on a nightly basis with actuals. So everyone can go into that budget portal and look at not only someone's budget, but how they're spending as well. So and if anyone has any questions, they should call our office. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Goldenberg.
Okay. Normal committee meetings. Committee on Aging, still very active group. And again, reminder, the centenarian event was going to be held the 26th of this month, but we experienced a lack of responses from the elderly community that we wanted to honor. So it is now set for December 7th. 7th, December 7th at the Senior Center still. So I would encourage any of my fellow board members to attend if they can. Other than that, activity continues with the homeless committee. ACCA's been pretty active. I sit on their finance, general board, and executive group, and they've been working on a number of things. There was some media information that came out recently. We're working through it. We're going to have another meeting coming up this Friday. I attended the Mother-Lode job training for Supervisor Campbell. He had a conflict, and I'm glad that I did. I learned a lot, and they've got just a whole array of things that are going on that are very positive. I'm especially excited about some of the things they're looking at with the college, some of the vocational programs, and they're going down the road of looking at some apprenticeship programs. So I think this is really important, not only for our community, but for our youth, because our youth, in many cases, they get to be 18, 19, and a lot of them leave the county because there's not any meaningful, decent paying wages. So I was glad to hear that. Other than that, I continue on the Sonora City Council meetings, first Monday of the month. Also got drafted to be on the Sonora City Local Hazard Mitigation Plan Committee. And we had a meeting last week. I was on that committee at the request of the city. That's the first of 3 meetings, and then they're going to have public meetings down the road. And the last item I had was attending the PG&E open house, the one at Best Western. And I know other supervisors were there as well. I'll let you guys speak to it. But it was a good session. Some people were maybe a little surprised because they didn't have a big seating area. But it was similar to what we've done with some, I know, pre-fire season meetings in the past where we had all these stations around the room, and you go to the one that you're interested in and get that info. I feel that that's pretty effective. So that's the end of my report.
Thank you. Supervisor Campbell, are you ready?
Yeah, I've been really busy, which is part of the reason why my voice is gone. So I'll go over the highlights with you. So we had a open house event at Station 56 in the Mono Vista area. And it was I think, really successful. We got a lot of people in the general community to attend and learn a little more about a fire station. I don't think a lot of people from the public have had an opportunity to come see. Also on the same day, I attended the Halloween hustle. I didn't actually run. I think it was a little under my age group for being qualified, but it was a fundraiser through Tuolumne County Parks and Recreation to support youth center programs, and it was really successful. We raised over $800 for youth programs, and that money is going to go into putting on more events for kids and fundraisers and things like art programs and a lot of the really good things that we do through Tuolumne County youth programs, and we do them on a really shoestring budget. So $800 goes a long way with that group. So on Friday, I had the opportunity to address the California Public Utilities Commission about some of the issues that we've been talking about almost on a monthly basis here on the board. I only had a minute to speak, but what I referenced was the frequent outages we have, the lack of security for, or the lack of consistency of the electric grid in our region for a variety of reasons, the risk for catastrophic wildfires, and the need for undergrounding more of our public utilities. And so I think it was well received by the CPUC. They said, oh, thank you very much for coming. So they were glad to hear from, I think, a county representative, because a lot of the other commenters that were present on the call with me kind of were more special interest type groups. And so I think our voice was heard in that. I also attended the PG&E workshop, get together, whatever you'd want to call it, at the Best Western with Supervisor Goldberg and Supervisor Half. I was kind of surprised it wasn't as well attended as I had expected. I know that the gathering in Groveland had many people. I know I had a lot of people that were very upset in my community about some of the power outages, and I didn't see as many there as I thought there would be. But that being said, I think there's value, and I'm grateful that PG&E did hold the event. Even if we didn't get all the answers that we might have wanted, at least the paths of communication, I think, are there. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Supervisor Kirk.
Other than regular business, my fourth and final child was born, so I did take a few days off just to try and sleep. So she's healthy, mom's healthy, so that was a huge blessing. Never thought I'd be here, but here I am. I think the only thing I want to touch on, and I don't want to take too much of the time because I'm sure Supervisor Brandon will speak on it as well. He usually gives more details. But part of a conversation yesterday with the insurance commissioner, Ricardo Lara, it was put on by RCRC. And it was a good conversation. It's hard when you're on Zoom and you're listening, you got to know your audience. I kind of wanted to go into Ricardo Lara a little bit more. I was pretty upset, and I made a comment that, use your relationship with Newsom and the legislators the best you can to continue to affect change and to get these things rolling, which I'll talk about here in a second regarding 2024. And he's like, well, as the insurance commissioner, I have the power to do these things. And I really wanted to say, yeah, but you're like 5 years late, bro. Like, where have you been? And we all know the reason why it's happening is because now San Diego, Riverside, all these urban populations with a lot of voter base, a lot more connections, their insurance premiums for condos, an apartment complex in San Diego went from $48,000 a year to $550,000. So when you start getting phone calls like that, so anyways, I bit my tongue. I want you guys to be proud of me. I bit my tongue. I wasn't a jerk. I was very encouraging, telling him that we are beyond the point of needing help. We are desperate. We've been dealing with this since Rimfire. We've been bringing this to your attention at least for 5 years, as long as I've been in office, and really nothing's really taken place, like minute things. But what I want to encourage you guys, which you probably already know this in the public, is there's some changes coming that hopefully should be enacted. He's saying by 2024, the end of 2024. The big thing is, and I'm not going to get into all the details, but basically what they're trying to do is get 85% of folks who are on the FAIR plan off the FAIR plan by, if you do X, Y, Z, if you show home hardening, if you can show mitigating things, if you can show that your area, maybe through LiDAR, like I'm not going to get into all the details, but basically if we can show the insurance companies that the risk is dropped based on X, Y, Z, the plan that they have agreed to is that 85% of those who are on the FAIR plan will be absorbed into the private market. And then those who truly need the FAIR plan will be on the FAIR plan, and it will lower the risk for FAIR plan. They were saying if that happens, we should see for those homeowners to see a 25 to 30, 35% reduction, which would be huge. But when you look back over the last 5 years, 30%, it's going to be helpful, but we're just in a new era where things are just crazy expensive. So there's big changes coming. my biggest gripe to him was when you say 2024, that tells me 2026. And I've been telling you this for 5 years, and now I'm starting. So, but he was swearing up and down that I got this. We're going to see it happen by 2024. So I'm sure I'm missing some things. Supervisor Brandon was there. Dory Beats from OES. They spoke well. Talked a lot about. I don't want to take words from his mouth, but I think I texted them afterwards, and I think Tuolumne County. Definitely Tuolumne County was well represented. There was maybe, how many, 10 people on that call? And Tuolumne County was the majority of the conversation. And we told them everything that we're doing. We told them about the fuel breaks. We told them about Cyril. We told them why we have not burnt down and why you, the insurance commissioner, and why you insurance carriers need to acknowledge that and make that part of your decision process when you're insuring us, because you're not, and we're getting screwed because of it, so.
Thank you for that report. That was very helpful. Supervisor Brandon, I'm looking forward to hearing from you too.
Absolutely. And no, we got to meet with the insurance commissioner. There wasn't any cussing, spitting, or fighting.
Were you in person?
I was there in person.
Thank you.
For the meeting with RCRC. And actually, most of the members, I think, of the ad hoc committee arrived there. Only a couple had to tune in remotely. I can go into that first. So I got to meet, as mentioned, with the insurance commissioner, Carter Lara. I'll be the first to admit a lot of skepticism coming into that meeting. I don't think we as rural county reps came in with exact agenda. It was listening to what he wanted to propose, and I appreciate Supervisor Half allowing me to step into that ad hoc group that's been working on it. So it's kind of a message to the public too. We hear you loud and clear on fire insurance. It's our top legislative priority. She's been working on it with RCRC for a very long time, but we are all united in this exact same narrative, the issues, and bringing this up over and over. And Supervisor Kirk really did lay it out that it is a function of massive urban populated areas that dominate us at the legislative level, that not so much necessarily going against us, but not even really realizing we're always there and the consequences of it. Though I do think that fundamentally there's a shift where a lot of the state doesn't want us to live up here, and that's pretty wrong. This is a component of that. The insurance commissioner mentioned a lot of specifics, and what I'm looking forward to is RCRC holding him accountable to that. And credit where credit is due, he sat down for whatever questions we had with 10 of us to answer. He stayed for a half an hour past it, so an hour and a half to go through all of this. And I thought was very candid, and I will say cautiously optimistic about what he brought forward from the 2021 Safer from Wildfire planning efforts, and then some of the matrices that he had established before. And I think Newsom had released 2 weeks after his thing, another press release saying, get it done. So I'm hoping now maybe there is that political pressure, that 5-year wind of pushing on this is finally moving with the state. Some of the highlights of the changes that are proposed is allowing for more flexibility and speed in being able to approve rate premiums so that we're not losing private insurance markets, but that for doing business within a jurisdiction, you have to cover 85% of that area with it. Commercial and housing policies changing from 20 million per parcel to 20 million per structure, creating a public catastrophic insurance model. And one of my big questions was focused on the accountability of the formula. We don't want another RENA situation where we get a number and we don't know why. Mentioned that that would be available to us, and use that to verify the independent databases used by these insurance companies. That's long-standing issue there. Offering some rate certainty to people over time, so if it's going to increase, it won't be so unpredictable. And mentioned too how interest rates have been hitting them very hard. And California's generally been a losing market right now for credit ratings, return on investment, and the payouts that they're doing. It's worse than I actually imagined to begin with, which was already pretty bad. So there's a few things in here, a lot tied to accountability with it. If you clean up your property, if you reduce the risk, we should see investments, we should see premiums go down. And vice versa, if we do a 130,000 acre horseshoe around our communities of forest and fuel reduction, God forbid they should at least not go up the following year and be canceled. And I just got a non-renewal, which was really conveniently timed for this meeting, to let him know that I'm the type of person that they are pricing out of this area in addition to fixed income seniors. And that's a really sad thing. So I focused on making sure this is a housing issue. He's bringing in those partners, state and federal advocacy of building that coalition because we need allies in this. Risk reduction being tied to the rate reductions and a lot of the work we're doing specifically. We've done everything they've pretty much asked. And what are we seeing coming back? And then accountability, that they need to focus on when a promise is made, they're holding those companies accountable to it. It was a really good meeting, and a lot of credit to RCRC to pull that together, because that is somebody who represents 33 million people that we got to have local reps sit in the room with and talk to. Some other stuff that is happening, I had a meeting with Mo Frank and the Strategic Growth Council President Lynn Von Koch-Colbert. We were able to give some feedback on resiliency centers as well as the proposal in Columbia, and it was a great opportunity. I met her through the Institute for Local Government. We're having some stuff with ATCA. Right now, I think we're having some internal discussions. That's as much as an update I wanted to provide right now, except that we're on it. We're having a lot of meetings, and there's a little bit of confusion with that. Central Sierra Economic Development District, I believe we now have a meeting coming up with CSU Chico that's doing the planning document. That's a lot of revisions to it to ensure we have our projects on there. And I'm working with Mo Frank to pull together a SURF meeting group so that all of our different committee entities, we know what Tuolumne County's position is and we can kind of push with that. Good. Every county is doing that, 100%. And we need to make sure that we're aligned in those things too. So that's coming up as well. We have the Golden State Natural Resource meeting coming up on October 30th from 6 to 9 p.m. at Chicken Ranch. This is going to be the pellet plant factory. Please attend, let other people know. This is a massive economic divestment effort that spans different boards. Sorry, this is a long one, but it is a lot of good stuff. You should see my calendar right now. It looks like a really hard version of Guitar Hero. We have the Tuolumne County is working on their reestablishing the countywide gala. I'm on their board of directors. We're also doing a digital map and working on a directory across the entire county for all areas and what that looks like. We're working with right now Tiffany Phillips to try and create that digital map for our residents. I also submitted a letter to the CPUC. I didn't attend to comment, but supporting efforts that we need undergrounding up in our area, and we need less them focusing on technically re-engineering projects and more on holding them accountable, PG&E, for the promises that they make to us for what they say needs to be done for the system. I trust their expertise. I don't always trust their management, and that's where I want their direction to be. We received a $3 million REAP grant for the Jamestown Sanitary District for housing capacity, which is amazing. That's going to be a huge first step towards housing capacity efforts in that area. And then I was able to speak with the State Association of Planning Commissioners along with Supervisor Campbell, and the president was Charlotte Haig, who was a longtime Jamestown Planning Commissioner. It's now Jerry Morrow, who's also in our county. So I think that's number 5 in their 70-year history of ones that have come from Tuolumne County. I think that is pretty much it. If anybody has any questions on that, please let me know. Oh, one last bit. There's a couple of events happening, and I've got a very fun district. Boo Boulevard is going to be happening on the 28th in Columbia, and we also have Trick or Treat in Jamestown. It's going to be on Halloween proper, Tuesday night on the 31st. Horses of Warriors has one coming up also on the 28th. It's going to be a really great event out at a horse rescue in Stent, if you haven't been out there. And then Boots Bids Barbecue in Jamestown is by the PTO. It's going to be at Hearst Ranch Friday the 27th. And I have it in my calendar. I can share that. But if you're looking for any Halloween events, some of the fundraisers for the next 2 weeks, those are 5 really cool things that are happening. So thank you.
Thank you. I especially want to thank you for going to that meeting in Sacramento that RCRC Ad Hoc Committee arranged for. You're probably one of the best advocates that I know, so you're a good choice to go there. I also attended the Planning Commission, the California Planning Commission event that happened Friday and Saturday, but I only came for the Friday to welcome the planning commissioners from around the state and stayed through lunch. Then on the 9th, we opened up Priest Grade again, Old Priest Grade, only to find that we had to close it because it wasn't properly, from my understanding, the two overlayments of asphalt on the downhill side of the repair did not seal properly, and it caused a problem with a hole. The contractor has been out, and I don't know if it's open again. I haven't been checking my messages, but it's supposed to be open sometime today again, and that should be the end of it. Cross my fingers. I did attend both PG&E forums, the one over in Groveland in the afternoon of the 9th, and then the one in the evening at the conference center at the Best Western. My takeaway is that it's a mixed bag, and the proof is in not the pudding, but what they put in writing. And so far, I have not received anything. We have a situation here where they have been tasked by the CPUC to increase their safety measures, which they have done very well. But it's at a cost to all of us, and especially in certain areas where the reliability has gone like this. I mean, the reliability has just sunk into the ground, basically. So my communication with them is, as much effort as you put into safety, you need to put into reliability. And they had some good answers at both of these events that I heard. Different people asked different questions, and so some people got better answers than others. And I asked two of the directors there to put those things in writing for everybody to get the benefit of. So far, I have not seen that. And so, you know, whatever they say is only as good as what they're willing to put in writing, as far as I'm concerned. I've been busy all this week and until now. So I'll reach back out to them and see where they're at with that, because my expectation is that we deserve to get that information in writing, what they can and are willing to do. I've been in Yosemite a couple of times over the past week. Once last Thursday for a Yosemite Gateway Partners meeting, and then again yesterday at a YARTS meeting. And both meetings were good for different reasons. The YARTS has their annual workshop, so that was really good yesterday. And the Yosemite Gateway Partners meeting, I think the thing that is on everybody's mind is what happened about the big survey that they put out, and we don't have any answers yet. So they didn't have anything for us about that. And I went to the Airport Appreciation Day over in Pine Mountain Lake. They always do such a great job. And that was on the 7th. So the only event that I wanted to mention that's off in the future, there won't be tickets left by the next time we have a meeting, I think, or maybe it'll already be over. The Southside Community Connections Group in Groveland is putting on a murder mystery dinner, and it's going to be fabulous. They have been practicing. They've been renting the CRC and practicing. They've got a whole big cast, and they've got phenomenal food, and it's their biggest fundraiser. They're going to be, the dates, November 4th, a Friday night, and the 5th, a Saturday. Is that right, or 3rd and 4th? I think it might be the 3rd and 4th, yeah. Friday, Saturday, yeah. So November 3rd and 4th, I think the 3rd is sold out now, but there are still tickets available for the 4th. And it'll be at our CRC, at our Community Resilience Center over there in Groveland. If you have a chance, I think the tickets are $95 a person. It's going to be a great experience, and I just want to wish them all the best. And I think that concludes what I have to say for my reports. So, we have one closed session item, okay. No, we have pulled item number 20, from what I understand. And there's 21, and that's all, 21. So Heather, would you please read our one closed session item?
Item number 21, conference with labor negotiators Tracy Riggs, County Administrator Roger Root, Assistant County Administrator, and Karen McEdigan, Human Resources Director / Risk Manager, Authority Government Code Section 54957.6, all bargaining units.
So I'm going to ask for public comment. I didn't forget this time, you guys. Anybody have any public comment about what we have on our closed session docket? Seeing none, I guess we will, are we going to have anything to report out? No. Okay, all right, so we will convene then to our closed session, and we're going to have that in here? Okay. All right, thank you all.